All right, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it for Group 6. Whoop whoop.
Group 6.
With
6.
session 25. Ooh, super exciting. It's getting going. All right, well, so recap last session. We had information that was shared that we didn't want to have shared. We had information we garnished from people, so I'll just kind of run through. While we're shopping and doing our kind of different browsing of what Fort Farron has to offer, we were hinted that Paxina was somebody who can brew potions, and that's where you kind of need to go to. So we had some conversation with Paxina that happened once, and then we happened twice, right, with more individuals that were there. And that led to them kind of talking about or just telling the story, a very traditional in a sense of an elder just telling you some about their life. And that they had three different things, right? That they had classified that these individuals would show up, right? Strange, unannounced, right? So they would just, and then they would be the ones to help, to hear this story, right? And to do something about it. So, what did Paxina say? Well, going through a couple different things, they mentioned they were a Freljord, which kind of loosely translates to guardian of the Fae. They are not from this plane. And they have some connection with this place called Thixia, which has been forgotten, lost to time. And that is in the heart of the Marshes of Unveiling, which Paxina referred to as the Redwoods. So it actually was something completely different back some 700 years ago. Right? Paxina is extremely old and far outreaches the lifespan of a normal elf because they, as they're kind of referred to themselves as a creature that comes around every so often, right? They were born from the petals. So, how does this relate into our next adventure if we decide that we're going to go into the marshes? Well, it relates because there's history. There's this whole thing with congruence, with a bridge to different plane, right? To a different plane. So like how does that work? How does that function into why undead are attacking? Like what commands the undead? There was this hint at Salinar, right? This matriarch Kalima that caused a huge problem and that seemed to trigger everything from there. These evil spirits, right, were attacking, all this thing. You had these other factions, these other groups that had some play in this, and some of which they could remain. And that was labeled upon the map, and that was also given a little bit in the description, right? Lizard folks, bullywogs, altar of flowers, where they used to commune or talk with Salinar. You have Ivrai, right? If they were still there, they'd be over there. Then you also saw where Thixia, the main part of it, was. Moving past that, we had Commander, right? Commander Rumar Aluna offered up a very generous reward here. So 15K for investigating marshes, the source, right? Why? Then additional 10K for actually stopping the horde, like putting an end to it all. Um, you had some information, I believe, on the Isle of Palm. We kind of had that little bit of a little bit of spit there because we're trying to put things together. And that singular quote, "Spirits haunt the Isle shores," so like no one really goes there. It's kind of kept off, and we were talking about some of the history with Alara and with the Isle, and that was kind of put there. So where we're picking up here is after the conversation with the commander, right? Discussing the trepid adventure that we might be going on here. In addition, we have people still in their profession, right? Professions like Costas, working on blacksmithing, right? Trying to get their armaments here, and then maybe chanting that armor. And so we're kind of coming back around to where we all want to be at this present time. So I loosely translate that because when we ended, we had specific spots that we were, but I want to fast track as much as possible some of the crafting and some of the things that you all might want to do before we think about leaving this place, if the marshes are where we're headed next. So if that's something that we're thinking about based on the offer that the commander had for this coin and the potential, if that's where we're going to head, for sure, then we want to make sure we get the crafting and everything like that out of the way because we won't have an opportunity to do that next. So again, we'll loosely, kind of we did it last session, right? Loosely say where does everyone want to be at this point in the afternoon, going in towards not necessarily the evening, but the afternoon of this day.
I guess my answer to that is contingent upon. I know originally when I was talking about picking up leather working as a proficiency back in ago, I was trying to make some dragon scale like stuff because we had looted some of that off of the frost dragon. Would I be able to accomplish that goal here in the next day or so if I were to, just keep at it at the blacksmithing shop, or is that a little bit more ambitious?
I think that's something that we can. You have to. I think you have reagents to potentially. If you're thinking about, I'm going to make some white dragon scale armor, right? You can also refer to the crafting guide if you have like a base piece of armor. You can also attach on to you can attach like the properties of white dragon scale onto a set of armor. You have enough of the reagents, right? Because that was one of the things that we brought up back then. I say back then because it was a while ago. We brought up that like that was the expectation. Yeah, that's something you can feasibly do in a day or so. And we don't need to RP. We don't need to go through that if everyone's accepting. It's like, oh, we want to make some white dragon scale. We're improving on their armor with those properties. We want to make sure Costas gets the armor kind of fixed up. We want to get that enchanted. We can just run through that without having to do a whole lot of role play. So we're not wasting. We can do like it's referred to as downtime activities in a way. Normally, it's kind of has if it's like a skill we want to work on or a language, we kind of just work through that time in a theater of mind sense that we're doing all of that. So like last session, we kind of had people spaced apart and we went through that, but we had some role play with where people were going, and that was important. But at this present time, right, kind of coming back to the crossroads and getting, do we want to continue that? We want to kind of fast track through the downtown activities because we're like really diehard at this point. We're going to the marshes. We're gonna figure out a way to get there, or we're gonna be like, no, I'm not really too sure about that. You need a moment to talk to about what has happened more. We can always get to the tavern or find a place, to have a conversation. So, just trying to set almost like an objective that we want to achieve here for the session. Okay, so I got Dirty Joe. Wants to
Well,
make some skill.
Dala was after Paxina's, he was trying to catch up with Thea. Um,
Yeah,
on
and I was
back.
looking for Joe.
All right, I think we had planned to meet back in the tavern in the evening and have a chat anyway,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
so we could go ahead and do that.
Okay. So Costas and Dirty Joe, you're at the blacksmith, and so I have on my notes, right? You both went to the blacksmith.
Yeah.
And you were working on the suit of armor for Costas. Yeah, I have all the information. I know where you all were in time and place, but I'm trying to make things move along quicker. So we.
I think we're trying to figure out whether we want to spend another day in Fort Farron after this, continuing to craft and whatnot, or if
Okay.
we want to set out tomorrow. I think Felix had advocated for setting out for tomorrow, but I know other people want to accomplish other things. So I think we would at some point reconvene unless somebody else has other things to talk about our next steps.
Well, in relation to our next steps, what Thea has in her mind right now with the description of the towers and whatnot, and the map that Pexina gave her.
Mhm.
She wants to confer with Dirty Joe, kind of like we did with the Dwarven City, trying to figure out if we can look at the map, know that its scale is all wonky, but see if we could still attempt to pick out landmarks if we spend enough time going over it. Just so we have like general ideas of locations for things, so we're not just wandering into a marsh, not knowing where we're going.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it definitely sounds like some good roleplay opportunities and things. So what we'll do for those, right? If you're kind of, you mentioned I want to talk to Jerry Joe. I want to talk to right there. What we'll do is we'll finish out with Costas and Dirty Joe here at the blacksmith. We'll kind of go through having you at this point, Costas, and taking the opportunity, right? We talked about this, that you would be able to get your armor repaired, right? Getting it reworked so it is usable. I did not take it away from your inventory, so I'm just going to kind of equip it back onto you so you're able to get that outfitted and ready to go. In addition, both Costas and Dirty Joe, as far as tool proficiencies are concerned, you both are at the point of being able to take this skill onto your own and your own teachings, right? So both the twins are really great instructors, and they did help. But they allowed you to do your own kind of thing, right? Let you learn the trade as you go. Now, for me, downtime activities and learning further professions and things, this isn't going to like immediately grant you proficiency per se, but I'm going to say that you do have it and that you're working on it through the projects that you'll do. So I'm going to go ahead and put Smith's Tools proficiency onto Costas here, and then I will put sure, Jerry Joe, you have tool proficiencies for Leatherworkers tools. And do you even have a Leatherworkers like tools, Jerry Joe?
I have no idea.
I don't think you do.
I don't think I do either. I
Okay.
bought a Tinker's tools just for shits and giggles, but
Yeah, so one of the twins is going to give you Leatherworker tools.
Yay.
Just FYI. So I'm going to put that into your inventory and equip it for you, and then Costas. As far as your inventory, the same goes with the Smith's tools.
So are we even gonna need another day for Costas to get his armor back into a usable state? Or are we ready to go like after this afternoon?
Yeah, so what we talked about is that this evening when it runs, the armor will be usable with both of you
Okay.
together. Like that was what we talked about, was that armor is going to be usable. And then Othala mentioned enchanting the armor, right? Well, we needed to get it to a repaired state and ready to go, and then we're going to enchant it. Now, enchanting isn't necessarily something, we just need the reagents for it and we can do it. You don't even really need to have a blacksmith to do that. So both the twins are going to provide you both tools to carry on the trade in your own light. You're more than welcome to come back here and continue to work on your skill. That could be a longer downtime activity. So the way that I do it is that you're picking up proficiency now, and then I'm assuming that you're going to like just whenever we go someplace, you might be plugging away at it, you might be doing something. You can even say that you are. And then if you go into like another instructor, maybe another blacksmith or a leather worker, they have master status. You can actually get expertise in the tool. In addition, there's like improved smith's tools, and there's improved leatherworker tools, and there's even magically enchanted tools that exist. And so in the crafting guide, some of those DCs are crazy high, and that's the reason why. It's not necessarily that you have to get proficient tools and then you have to get a really good roll. Is that you're kind of working on those things and you're taking the opportunities when they're there, but you're not spending a whole lot of time in sort of like a role play esque mode. You're kind of just saying, hey, we're going to be here a week, so I'm going to hit up the blacksmith and I'm going to work on my expertise, right? It's that kind of level. So both of you get the tools. I'm now going to advance the time into the evening here.
Before we do leave the blacksmith, I would like to just purchase some basic materials, like not a whole lot of it, just like, enough that maybe I can make a few daggers or something to play around with later. Is that
Okay.
possible?
Just like a couple daggers.
Or like enough to make maybe like a few swords, a few daggers, like not a like nothing special, just maybe like of some ingots and stuff like that. That's possible.
Yeah, that's
And-
possible.
Do these guys have any studded leather armor like off the rack that I could buy that is better than mine? Since
They
I'm
do.
here. Oh, well.
They have said leather +1, and they have +2.
How much is the +2?
Go, rich. I see. I like it.
I mean, what
Based
the
on you
hell else could I
working in the shop, building a relationship, they'll part ways with it for 5,500 gold pieces.
Oh. Okay, how much is the +1? Because I don't have that much gold.
I didn't think you did. For the +1, they'll part ways with it for 1,200.
I'll take it.
1,200. Okay.
So let me just subtract that out of my own inventory.
Okay. Yeah, you can subtract that into your inventory. I'm going to unequip the other armor. Are you going to just give off the other armor, or are you going to kind of use it for materials?
I guess use it for materials.
Okay. We can just keep it into your inventory then. Just assume you're going to be breaking that down using the leather off of that. And then, Costas, my question to you is, how are you going to transport ingots of metal in your backpack?
How much do they weigh?
Give me a second.
We have a bag of holding right there with a pacifier. Just give it to him.
Yeah, no, I just need to know if it's like hundreds of pounds or if it's just like 50 or something.
So one steel ingot is going to be 15 pounds.
Yeah, that's going in the bag of holding.
Okay.
How much can I make with one ingot? Or like,
Give me 1 second. I gotta pull up the guide real quick. Depends what you're going to make. You just mentioned daggers and maybe a short sword.
yeah, like basically just enough that he can like mess around making weapons and stuff for practice, or like if he needs to like do repairs on his own, he has like
Okay.
stuff to make material to work with.
Six ingots will be enough to do repairs into your armor, and then 6 ingots will be enough to make a short sword or a dagger.
How much for 8?
How much cost?
Yeah.
Oh, if you're looking to buy them, okay.
I mean, are they just gonna give them to me? Because if they're gonna give it to me, I'll
Well,
take
they're
it.
gonna give you a good price on it, but they're not gonna just give it
Yeah.
to you for free. 80 gold. And it's not
Yeah, yeah.
it's not just steel, it's masterwork steel. They'll part ways for 80 gold.
Masterwork steel.
Correct.
No.
Masterwork steel gives the weapon +1 +1 to attack and damage, or +1 AC. Masterwork. So a higher class of steel. Homebrew that exists in the world.
So that's 80 gold for
80 gold for 8.
or-
Mm-hmm.
I'll take 20.
You're gonna take 20 ingots now?
We
I
can't
mean,
carry
it's
all that in the
massive.
bag of holding.
You can't carry all that in the bag of holding. I'm pretty sure.
20.
We're going to be-
That's 300 pounds worth of ingots. We're not carrying that around, bud.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, just the 8 then. Damn it. Okay.
Okay, just the 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we like assembling a tank on the side of the road, or what?
All right.
What's going on here?
I think
Who's
that's possible
who has the
three.
bag of holding right now?
Odala has it.
Okay. Do you want me to just stash it into the treasury
Yeah.
cargo? Okay. And then someone needs to deduce the gold, either in the treasury or into your personal inventory.
I'll do it at my personal inventory.
The value of these are higher than the price that you were paying for them. So again, it kind of comes into the same realm of the stud leather. Building a relationship with this blacksmith proves quite useful. All right,
Yeah,
they're
that's what I
in
wanted.
they're in the treasury. Okay. All right. And then it looks like Ragnar, you're able to get in. Oh,
I had to dust off my VPN and set it out to California. It lets me in.
you said you didn't have one.
No, I said I didn't use one.
No, you sly. We know you had one. We knew it. Well, I appreciate that you were able to dust. I appreciate you dusting it off and being able to get on. I'll remove uh, the observer from you, David, back to default here. Hopefully, I'll take the week, right? I'll investigate the issue, put in a support ticket, and try to figure this out so we don't have it for next week. Just FYI. All right, so I'm going to go advance it to the evening here, and then we're going to play into the Lemonson Tavern, just have you around the table. So that way you can have the conversations amongst ourselves here. So in case, Thala, if you want to catch up with Thea, you can role play that at the table here, right? So everyone's kind of involved with it, unless it's something private that you're wishing to discuss. But
Can I take a quick look around these folks that are kind of hanging out behind us? Do they look suspicious in any way?
So, using your passive insight, right? Just kind of looking and scanning the crowd a little bit. You see in the tavern here, the Lumped Step, there's a few horses and war horses-esque with barding and stuff inside of the corral. You all are not the only adventurers that exist in this world. There's others that do. They're freelance. They might be associated with the Emberock, which is like a campfire-like symbol. And Emberock had a guild house in Othema. They don't look suspicious per se. In the sense that they're doing anything nefarious. They're kind of just getting food. The Yadir makes their way around. They're drinking ale. They might also have rooms upstairs. They're really passing by. They might be picking up a few different, maybe they're on a quest. Maybe they're heading up to the Holy City because they heard about certain things that have happened. There's also people from the Elder, particularly some mages from the actual Empyrean College. Society of Falthor, so they have their symbols upon the shoulders or the vestments, which is kind of like the shoulder pad, kind of cowl that fits over the sides of them. And travelers, some people from the Timber Company in Fort Farron here, many different millwrights and lumberjacks and all that, but nothing nefarious comes out.
Well, guys, I just knowing that we've been followed in the past, we're going to be bringing up anything particularly sensitive to our circumstances. It's maybe just not talk about it right down here.
I have something important to actually tell everyone. If we'd like to go upstairs and have a conversation and come back down.
Would prefer that, yes.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. My camera's gonna be out for a little bit, so my wife is getting some things in the room. So you all begin to proceed upstairs, finding one of the rooms that you have rented for room and board. Large enough space, and the larger room there. You're able to kind of funnel in, finding you're maybe just sitting on the bed. Maybe you're picking a spot to stand, sit down, right on the ground. Eventually, you come there. I'm gonna go ahead and cease the tavern noise. Really, all you have is the kind of slight drizzle of rain upon the roof. It's a little bit light rain, not too much. Overcast in the sky outside as the sun is setting.
Michael, just to get this pronunciation correct, it's Mor Satra, right?
That is correct. That's how I pronounce it. Obviously, you might be pronouncing completely different, but that's how I refer to it. Mor Satra.
All right, guys. This Mor Satra thing. It was a little weird when Paxina was explaining it, but these bridges, we should be very careful about it. The marshes is one thing. I didn't know there would be these type of towers and these congruences leading up to it. The things hiding in these bridges and in these areas are not something that we should foil with, honestly. As exciting as it is and as powerful as it may seem, it's something that's very, very nerve-wracking right now as I'm thinking about it.
All is right.
So I'm getting this right. When you say bridge, this is like some kind of weird wizard tunnel to some other land? Is that about summing up?
Not a
Not
weird
really.
wizard land. There's it can travel to alternate timelines. The astral sea itself, different dimensions. It's anything.
Oh, good. Some more weird, freaky Magello shit. All right, yeah,
Yeah,
I will not poke it with a stick.
it's good. We don't have anybody that wanders off in the group, so we'll be fine.
Yeah, speaking of, we got a leash rigged up.
Well,
We had no
Regmore
walking into the.
Regmore is gonna be here. So Regmore, you did spend right the hours that otherwise would be in the tavern, relaxing or doing other things in the room. You spent that, and then right we had Felix always keeping in tow, making sure things were going okay. So what you were able to kind of scan outwards in the areas around, right? You're trying to look to see if there's some sort of fog rolling in, but there wasn't anything. There's no fog rolling in. There's no tracking of any movement through the trees of the Smallwood, deciduous forest. You really can see some of the remnants right in the mud, large amount of area trampled, but nothing recent. So that kind of tells you things to be okay. Your vision's pretty great as a giant eagle, especially how far you can kind of scan around. That trouble is not going to encroach upon this fort anytime soon. So just kind of paraphrasing a little bit that what you found, and you are here, Regmore, as well as Felix. Everyone is in this room.
Yeah, it was more scanning out to see if they're actually trekking out from the swamp across the fields and everything to Fort Farron, or if it's okay, the mist appears outside and it's a magical teleport type.
Well, if that is, it's unfortunately for a 4-hour journey, even on a giant eagle, you're not going to be able to find like right the source. You're going
Yeah,
off
I
of
mean,
what you're seeing on the tracks,
yeah.
right? That's kind of what we're getting at on the same page. So you're kind of going off of the tracks, and it would seem that the fog in the distance that surrounds the marshes is the source of that. That it kind of rolls. You imagine it would roll out of the marshes, and then
Yeah.
all of the tracks and the trampling are in a very unilateral direction. They're going
Yeah.
back and forth over the same area. Marshes
Yeah,
to the
that's
fort. Marshes to the fort.
that's what I was referring to. Is the fog rolls out and just doesn't magically appear outside the fort. It's creeping across the countryside to Fort Farron,
Correct.
and there's signs of the where they trampled outside Fort Farron, and there's signs at least towards that direction. Okay.
But yeah, just wanted to let everyone know about that. It's very serious if one of these gates or these bridges are maybe dormant or utilized in a different way. It can be disastrous.
So if we find whatever is sending these waves of ugly booglies across the town, if it's coming from that gate, you just leave it well alone, right? No charging in to save the day. Gotcha. They sound good to me. Sooner be well shot of all these nonsense. As exciting as it can be, man. Some of these weird magic things that give me these screaming heebie-jeebies. So, we all heading out tomorrow morning. Is that our plan? Is that what everybody wants?
If we can spend some time going over this map, maybe figuring out how it actually lines up in the real world, that would make me feel a bit better about leaving tomorrow.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's put our heads together, see if we can figure this thing out.
Yeah, I changed my mind. I'm good with tomorrow. I just need to pick something up from the blacksmith.
Did we intend to go? Maybe I missed something, but did we intend to go there on foot, or were we gonna take a boat of some kind?
We should take a boat.
Just send the commander a message real quick. See if he would have something like that for us.
Hopefully
There,
this will take
you-
out our paycheck.
Do you have the other map?
I have both.
So I went out looking towards the swamps, and there's no sign that they've. It's been a while since they've tracked through, but it seems that whatever this horde thing is on foot all the way. And I can at least show their trek through on the map from what I've seen.
So on the Arthurian map you're showing me.
Yes.
Okay.
And it looks like they walked from wherever it was they started out. I didn't go that far. But 4 hours out, their path is straight into the fort and then back out the way they came. So I don't. If we go on foot or any other means, if we avoid this trail, we should avoid them if they do come and attack in the fort while we're out.
How long did it take us to get from the Dwarven City to Fort Farron? It took like 2 days, right?
The Dwarven City to Fort Farron.
Yeah.
As far as you're referring to Othema, right? The holy city.
No, the ruins.
No,
were
the ruined city, the ruined. Dwarven
You're
city.
talking about
Yeah.
that. Okay.
I want to
the
know how
ruined-
long it took us to get from there to
Gotcha.
Fort Farron.
Okay. So that is going to be different than the journey it would be to Fort Farron to Norfolk. And the reason
Mhm.
why is because you're in an elevated terrain
Mm-hmm.
and you had lack of mounts and other things. There's factors.
Mm-hmm.
The journey took about a day and a half to 2 days, as far as the entire journey from going from Vasilth Rock, which is the entrance into Girder, going down the mountainside, getting into the farmland, the homesteads, which again, then you've trampled, right? The windows kind of boarded up into certain things, and then you went into the Smallwood. So, yeah, day and a half to 2 days. Now, as far as the journey, if you're talking about going from Fort Farron to Norfolk, and you took the road, and you were going on foot, it would actually take you just over 2 days of travel
Mm-hmm.
if you moved quick enough. If you were on
What
a
I'm
boat,
trying to
right.
what I'm trying to mentally do right now is that these undead are walking, and they're walking overland. They're not using a road. So I'm trying to do like mental math of like, okay, it took us this long not using a road, doing this. And they're saying there's a week between attacks now. Roughly, what is the radius point that would wind us like in the marshes of unveiling?
How
If they
fast
were
does a horde
if
of
they were
undead move?
Yeah. If they're going slower than we were, if it, like by their footsteps, if it looks like they were moving at like a slower pace, trying to do the math in my head of like just guesstimating a rough area again to feed into the studying of the maps and trying to figure out, just because it will save a bunch of time and a lot of like agony of just like, I don't know where I am. I don't know where you are. I don't know where anything is.
Okay.
You know?
So I'm going to give you the best solution I have here. Are you proficient with cartographer's tools? Any like
I
map
am
tools
not.
or anything? Okay.
I am not.
Go
But
ahead and make a
I have
flat intelligence check for me.
okay. I was gonna say I have 2 levels of ranger and I took canny, which means I am an unsurpassed survivor.
Are you is one of your favorite? Do you have any favorite terrain?
I don't have favorite terrain because I took
You
canny.
took canning, yeah. See, if you said your favorite terrain was marshes and things, like, we would be able to work this out.
Yeah.
I
So
just
just-
decided I really like marshes.
Yeah, I just decided marshes are super cool. Go ahead and make a flat intelligence check for me, and we'll curious
Okay.
to see. This is a complicated request. I think that I
Yeah.
think you definitely simplified it, but we're gonna get to, depending on your intelligence check, and I'm gonna fill it. So 12. Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. That's a flat check. Okay, so the difficulty with understanding the speed of which horde moves
Mhm.
is because you don't know how difficult the terrain is in the marshes,
Mhm.
as well as you don't know where in the marshes they originate from. So if you're trying to figure out the speed of where they're going, or sorry, the speed of how quickly they move, but you don't know the terrain that they have to cover except for the farmland that you've witnessed, which is complete non-difficult terrain, wide open, perfect. Even the Smallwood was pretty open, right, considering how spaced the trees were. Different sort of streams might cause a problem, but it's really not that difficult. You'd imagine the arc that I've drawn in the map, which is what I'm kind of saying, and curvature of the way that they're kind of coming around. That is kind of the way that the tracks are following and the flow of all the thundering. Is they don't tend to stay towards the road, which is loosely kind of cobbled and overgrown with grass. It's not a really mainstream road to Norfolk. It's really to facilitate transport of agricultural goods to get around the Smallwood for many of the farmers. The reason why they don't take that in your mind is because of the river. That the ground itself would not be sturdy if the undead walked along it, because of how much weight and how much work would be done to it, that might actually slog off into the floodplain because of how close the road is to the river, right? So they work themselves into the fields rather, and then they use the Smallwood instead of going around the Smallwood. But in your mind, that's just a tactician play, right? You want to have cover with trees and a forest. Why wouldn't you go through? So drawing on radius of how quickly a creature of undead might move, you imagine they'd be lumbering, they might be slow, a week's time. Something doesn't add up. I will say that.
Mhm.
Either the creatures are moving really fast, or it's not the same horde.
That's what I was thinking.
Now, does that mean they originate from the same place, though? And by the tracks, they do. But could it be two different ones that are interchanging and replacing places?
Yeah,
Based
it's
on
just
what-
wave after wave.
Yeah, based on what the patrol
Yeah.
state and what the commander state is, that there's only one thought, like one thing that emanates outwards. But is it just this one mass and the other ones get caught up into it, and then the other ones go through and they like exchange, right? This one carries through. It's too difficult to tell. But these are what I can give you because your intelligence check, like I said, it's good. It's there. I'm just kind of giving you maybe food for thought, right?
Yeah, I would share that theory that maybe it's more than one horde, that it's 2 or more waves. Because the time doesn't add up for getting there and getting back to Fort Farron again all within a week. Because they come, they leave, they come back. They come, they leave, they come back.
It's definitely good to know. I think it's pretty easy to track them, though. I mean, we just walk in the opposite direction that they came from. A horde that big, they leave tracks, but armies trample downfield. You just walk in the opposite way, and we'll eventually catch up to them, unless we're trying to go around them.
Around sounds good. Why are we
I would
trying
prefer
to
not
run
to
into
fight
a
a horde.
Let's
Well,
just
you
take
see
the
a
boat.
horde coming, right? So you
you track their direction, and then when you see them coming, you hide, let them pass, and then keep going back that same path. But if we take a boat or a path around them, we might not be able to find that path back. Might not be able to find the tracks again.
Well, we don't necessarily need to find their tracks. I mean, just
Yeah,
because
You want to just stumble around the marsh until you hope to find the origin of this horde?
well, just
Well-
knowing that I already saw the vision that is portentous to our situation here, we already kind of know what we're looking
Exactly.
for. We
Joe,
don't need to run into the
describe
horde.
the
We just need to
tower
find
in your
that
vision.
tower.
What does the tower in your vision look like? And the orientation of the lake that it's near.
Find my notes here. I don't think I really said anything more than it was just a tower, an old tower that was lit up with some blue light.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but looking at this map, there's 5 towers.
Could
But not
probably
all
help
of them are
you-
on a lake.
I could
Yeah,
probably
this one was
help you out,
specifically
Joe.
on a lake.
They're all on a lake, or river,
they're not.
body of water.
I would.
This one was a lake, not a river.
So I'd be in agreement with Felix if we avoid the horde and take the river down. If it is to, we don't want to be trapped in the marsh with a horde returning at our backs and a horde coming at our fronts. It's better to know see where it's coming from, avoid it. That way it gives us at least some time that we can go into the marsh without risk.
Well, it's why it's kind of nice that we have multiple members of our little posse here that can scout from the air. We can always just cruise on our boat, because undead don't know how to swim, as far as I know. Always have eyes up in the sky scanning, whether it be our favorite fire-breathing monkey or you up in eagle form. Just scanning with our eyes peeled, see if we see the horde off in the distance. I just don't want to lumber into no damn undead horde.
From what the guards and everything, they're mindless.
Yeah, well, so's a termite infestation. You still don't want it around.
Where's your sense of adventure?
My sense of adventure, man, we've already gotten our faces almost chewed out by undead a couple times now. Seen enough for one lifetime. Can't even make a good trophy out of them.
It's not a hill I'm going to die on. I would just, if you know where we're going, and I'm not convinced that we know that, then happy to follow you. But I also don't want to just walk around with our thumbs up our ass and until something in the marsh kills us.
Ever tried it?
Yeah, last adventure we just went on, we wander around with our heads up our ass.
Well, you could fit your whole head up there? Man, you gotta show me
Yeah.
that sometime. That's an interesting party trick.
I believe it is.
Yoga, buddy.
Second.
Yoga.
I might be able to help. And we all possibly might be able to know what this tower looks like, and maybe even see what Joe saw. If you don't mind, Joe.
Oh, by all means, by all
I
means.
could look into your mind and then just hand out ribbons to everybody.
Sure. I got no problem with that.
So I'm gonna cast detect thoughts on
Okay.
Joe to see his vision of the tower.
Okay. So you're failing, intentionally failing the saving throw, and you're piercing through the mind of Dirty Joe. Dirty Joe.
Oh,
What you're
no.
what you're able to find out is the description that has been given from the differing towers that do exist within this place. The towers of Morsatra have been described as massive. They are huge, not just in height, but also in their size, like their length and their width. They exist outside of other things, right? Remember, they described them as being kind of on they had to be in a specific space, and they kind of formed in that direction. Not that things couldn't exist around them, right? But based on what the vision and what you're looking at here, is that there is one thing that Paxina referenced, and that was this place called Sotoric Citadel. And in the center of Sotoric Citadel is a tower called Sotoric Tower. And that is in the heart of Thixia. The heart of Thixia was to the west of Crepple Lake. Those two figments in the map, as well as the imagery that you're receiving from the Detecton, is helping you kind of extrapolate that whatever tower it is has to be on the west side of a body of water. And the body of water, in terms of the vision, is not in the size that is depicted by this map. So you kind of be now kind of helping with this furthering of what's the dimensions of this map, and that the bodies of water seems to be exaggerated in a way. Maybe it's that there's more land mass that has overgrown, or maybe perhaps the vision that was given is in some past construction, so the body of water is now larger, right? So you're kind of trying to figure out which way does it go. Regardless of that, has to be on the west side of the body of water. Is it one of the towers of Mersantra? Is it the Sotoric Tower? Those are the 5 towers that have been described to you all. Based on what you're observing here, this tower is slender. It's not very wide. It's not very long. It kind of forms in kind of a shape very similar to that of like a hexagon or an octagon, I should say. And how many sides it kind of comes up. It also has windows upon it, different sorts of glass and metal painting to those windows. And then height of it, it's still rivaling 90 to 100 feet. It's just has damage. It has wear to it. It has certain things about it that don't work on what has been stated by Paxina, and that the towers of Mersantra have been imbued, right, with these powerful arcane mages, right, these powerful creatures, and that they, if they still exist, they would be the ones to persist through time, right? They wouldn't be degrading to common decay and weathering, right? You'd imagine that they wouldn't be hit by those forces. But this tower in the detect that is weathered. It's showing that wear and tear to it. It also has been encroached upon with vines and other things. So kind of working with, I'm going off of your passive and your intelligence here as your character. So just FYI, something that I'm just kind of sharing with you and not having a check need to be made there. So.
Okay, and with that, I'll start off handing ribbons. I can only do it one at a time, but just hand out ribbons to everybody, and so they can see that vision as well.
Okay.
And try to explain things to everybody else looking at the map, possibly in this region of the lake area, and everything else.
Okay.
Now, Athala, based on your wizardly knowledge and know-how, can those kind of enchantments that might be keeping those towers all ship-shape, can they wear off or fail over time? Can those bridges close and maybe it just turns into an old ruin?
If I'm not mistaken, bridges can always be broken, but congruences are always there. They'll never change. And when it comes to enchantments or magic circles or anything of that kind, wear and tear is a little iffy. They can be damaged, broken, dispelled. But if it's left to its own nature and nothing is touching it and nothing's happening, it can possibly last the ages.
Well, we know there's something out there that could be touching a whole lot of things just based on these hordes. I don't know. There's a whole lot of unknowns here, but the way you're telling it, that might not be the same tower on the map. It might be, might not be.
Well, the
Maybe
Citadel.
we should follow these hordes around. As ghastly as that sounds.
Well, the Citadel seems important. I feel like it might be that tower.
So I think maybe we should just
I
head straight
agree.
there to check it out regardless.
Well, they're likely all connected. I mean, just looking at this map, they seem to have some type of, positional importance. Maybe, the central tower is warded. We just don't know enough until we get eyes on. Like these towers could all be keys to getting into that central tower. Not really that at all. They could just, you know, be bachelor pads where people get blitzed every night. Who knows until we get there and see more.
So
All right, well,
I have a
go ahead.
suggestion when we do set out. Felix Athala, how far can you two communicate back and forth?
I'm not restricted by any length of distance.
I can only do 120 feet, but if Mr. Athala was, saying something, then you can speak back to him anywhere. I think.
So if the rest of the group wants to set out on a boat down the river, I can carry Felix as an eagle and we can scout out, and it'll be extra set of eyes and he can talk back to Athala if we run into the horde or
Yeah, I love the idea of flying. That's why he's going into this. These hordes of undead and possibly a dragon and other things to split up.
You kind of broke up there, David.
Yeah, you roboted out a little bit.
Yeah. As much as I'd love the idea of flying, that sounds really fun. We should do that sometime. When we're in this marsh of undead hordes and possible dragons, we should probably not split up if we don't have to.
Oh, I would suggest returning back if once we make it to the boundaries of the marshes. I'm just saying, traveling, following the horde path through the farmlands.
I can send heavy, so we don't have to split up. He's always
Yeah, that
here.
sounds a lot better.
He's always here. I forget to bring him out all the time. I'm sorry.
He's a lot more expendable anyway. So, I mean, not expendable, but you can bring him back easier than you can bring us back.
He has a heart. He lives his own life.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Othello, then don't use him.
It's all right. He kind of works for me, but it's all right.
Does he have a favorite snack? I like that little guy.
Well, do ghosts
That's
eat?
desserts.
It's more like it's not really there, but he's there. So maybe he eats when he goes back to his dimension. I don't know.
Well, maybe ask him sometime. Whip him up a strawberry surprise. But anyway, yeah, I like this idea. I think we should take this boat, maybe scout from the air while we're going through the farmlands and go from there.
So we're gonna do the boat. I can send the commander a message now, so he might prepare it for us in the morning.
Yeah, the boat seems like a good idea. And also, that way we don't have to go trudging around in a magical marsh with seems like a good place to get ambushed.
Yeah, and we can send
Agreed.
heavy. We can send heavy doing something. Maybe watch the horde, or go into the marshes and scope out ahead. Either one.
Has there been any word from Norfolk? The Horde would have to pass it to get to Fort Farron. What's going on with them?
Maybe a messenger that was coming to warn him got it.
Maybe that's something else we ask the commander.
Maybe that's the horde.
They talked to the commander about that.
And it's right on the river, so we could probably have Heavy check it out or something as we're going by.
All right, third time's the charm with a boat, though. We can try it.
Oh, you all can do it, I'm sure.
Hey, I was fine on a boat until all you guys showed up.
I was only on that first boat for like 20 minutes, so it's not even technically on the boat, really. You know, I got
So,
onto a different boat.
so we
Well,
were
let's
all
just hope
fine.
this all sells bad luck.
Yeah. Othala is the unlucky one. As soon as she showed up, the boat sinks.
I don't have the luck of the Buckwilders. That's not my feat.
You don't want the look of the Buckwilders. There's a whole bunch of strings attached to that. Can always go into later if you'd like.
Yeah,
Costas,
after this call.
how good are you at swimming?
How good am I at swimming?
Well,
I
ask him.
wonder.
I mean, he has that lovely swimming pool in his
It's
house.
up to you. It's up to you. I mean, you grew up with a swimming pool, so you've been
Yeah,
swimming for
Costas thinks
fun.
back.
So I would imagine pretty good. You. I mean, heavy armor, you're nothing. You can't. You're just gonna sink. So
No, even better. We'll just have the unlucky guy. He'll be the one swimming behind the boat. Problem solved.
I can teleport, so I'll be alright.
Who said
If
you were the
possible,
lucky one?
let's try to get a decent sized boat, not like a canoe or something.
But we have you. You can paddle for us. We'll get there faster.
No,
We
I'm
don't
thinking,
want too big of a boat. We want a very small profile as we're going in.
I mean, yeah,
Mhm.
it doesn't need to be like a galleon or anything. I'm just saying it might be big enough that we can move around a bit. Like if people try to board, like if it's undead try to board it or something, it might be.
Let's just
There
see.
are undead pirates in this marsh. I'm going home.
This is becoming interesting.
You never know what you'll
Small
find
boat.
in the marshes. I've heard
If
some
we get a
crazy
boat, it's a
stories.
small boat. But first, we need to talk to the commander, find out what's happening in Norfolk, because that bothers me.
So
All right,
is
sounds good.
that what I'm saying to him? Find out what's in
We
Norfolk
need
and
information about what's going on in Norfolk because the horde has to pass there.
All right, so I send Commander a message. Good evening. This is Othala. We'd like to inquire about a vessel so we can go along the river and head to the marshes. Nothing too big, nothing too small. Also, do you have information on what's going on in Norfolk?
who in the hell is this? Oh, it's one of you. Oh. We try to get the people in Norfolk out. Unable. Unsure if they're still alive. Find Stilton Tumblerot, cousin of Andrew Tumblerot, stablemaster. Works by the bridge. Get you a boat. That was 25 words or less, but you know what?
Tumble Rock, right?
Stilton Tumblerot. Andrew Tumblerot is the stablemaster, which is actually the individual at the keep on the north side there, that, as far as horses and other things go.
All right. I'll relay that to everybody on what he said.
Well,
Right.
hey, is that see that cleric fella's skulking around downstairs somewhere?
He should be.
Invite him up to this little conversation.
Yeah, but you all are
Sure.
upstairs, so are you all kind of hopping down?
Costas, why don't you go look? He seems to like you.
I don't approve of involving him in this. I mean, asking questions, sure, but we're not bringing him with us, right? Like,
That was the idea, not bring him with us.
okay, yeah,
The commander was very clear on that.
yes, but okay.
Good luck on persuading him not to come.
Okay. So you poke your head down.
hmm
Okay. You see that Priest Belly is at the bar counter. Currently drinking a large ale, stout, multiple different pieces of food, enjoying themselves.
Oh, Dumley Goldbelly. Nice to see you.
Hello. Nice to see you too. Puts out a hand.
Cautious walks forward and shakes it.
Thousand blessings of Palo be upon you, and all of the radiant light, and all of that. Let's see.
Oh, and 1001 upon you.
Yeah. I like that addition. 1001. Would you learn your rights, dear boy?
I took some classes in Athema.
Fine, Holy City. And see your ailment. You look better. Isn't had any funny business in the past hours or so. That's anyway, how can I help you? Oh yes, I've been. Why don't you sit down here, right next to me? That's.
Oh, yes, gladly.
Yardir, have you mind some food, drink, please? For my dear friend. Yeah, all right. Grumbles comes back, serves you the same kind of bowl of stew, an ale, some bread, some cheeses and things. Of course, on my tab, Yardir. On my tab.
Yardir, would you have whiskey?
Oh, whiskey. What's a fantastic idea! Yardir! Bottle of your great and thick whiskey. Yeah. Yeah, kind of grumbles. Disappears into the cellar and comes back.
So, Dumley, may I call you Dumley?
Sets the bottle back down. Andrew walks away. Continues to work on stuff. Oh, you may call me Dumley, of course, my dear boy. It's a fine name indeed, is what I was named.
Yes,
What?
Have you been?
Oh, I've been fantastic. Great time indeed. The orphaned Merlin boys, doing quite well with studies. In fact, might one day make a fantastic adventuring cleric themselves.
I hope to see him, well, in a tavern like this one day.
Oh, maybe so. I imagine brighter hopes for them. Brighter hopes for them indeed. I should tell you some of the taverns I've been in my years. Oh my goodness. Nothing comes truly close to the beauty of the Prim Iris. It's not far from here. You might get a nice gourmet meal yourself every once in a while. And Master Fenor, I think is the name. Oh, just brilliant. Exquisite. Oh, and some of the gruel I had in the Crystal Desert, feeding off the bowls of the Ravashid, if I was welcomed there. The creatures that they grilled and roasted, it was strange and foreign, but they had a way about them to really create things into succulent and juicy and herbaceous. It was amazing.
Oh, the Crystal Desert.
Yes, Crystal Desert. I've been there.
I've heard rumors of the Isle of Palm. Would you hear anything about that when you're in the Crystal Desert?
Oh, well, the Isle of Palm. It's a sacred place, especially to the Ravashid. Very sacred. And many of the people in the Oasis. I went to Lucia. There's a couple interesting characters that like to get away to the Isle of Palm. It's a long time ago, lad. I haven't been there in many years. Many years. But I would stay clear if you ever go there. The Ravashid do not welcome many outsiders. I had to do a lot of work to even get an audience with a lesser chief. It's very difficult. Do you know that they ride cloud rays? Large, massive, gargantuan creatures. They ride them. Isn't that striking? I can see Lucas is having trouble with the camera.
No, there was a car alarm going off.
Ah, yes. That's important to investigate.
Yeah, I need to make sure no one was fucking
Breaking in, yeah, for sure. You gotta take that, you can.
Yeah. Yes, sounds like quite interesting journey. I was wondering if on any of your other journeys you'd heard anything about the Marshes of Unveiling.
Oh, well, I have done numerous studies since I've arrived before Fair of the Marshes, but I have not entirely heard a whole lot, just bits and bits of other things. And I have interviewed many in the town. Paxina, she's got quite a tale. Honestly, quite troubling to think about that. That's even possible, but it's unheard of. Not unheard of. There's congruences and things about this plane of existence, and imagine. But truly, is that what happened? It seems like an old misfit's tale, in my opinion. Vaccine is quite old too. Weathered on the mind, in my opinion.
Costas is gonna give kind of just like, just gonna give him like a kind of like friendly look, then like take a quick like sip of alcohol before continuing back to the conversation.
Oh, a sip? No, my lad, drink all of it. What are you doing? Yeah, I need another pour. No, I'm pouring myself. Don't worry, I keep pouring.
Well, I suppose when you're drinking with such a priest, how can't I
Yes.
drink all of it?
When in the company of Priest Dominic Gobelli, you drink. Yes, you do. Well, I've been meaning to fix that. No more questions. Are you setting? I've heard word. Are you setting to make way for the marshes? I've heard some stories come my way. And I was going to ask, would you be willing to do that? To set into the marshes of Unveiling?
I lean in, like kind of to like make it clear this is something that's on the hush hush. So, keep it between you and me, but we are, yes.
Yes. That's fantastic. Very good, very good. Now, young lad, I'm sure you and your adventuring trope, that I would be an excellent addition to your party. In fact, I could probably ways of resurrection and healing. Quite skilled. And can negotiate some of the undead once or twice with my old trusty Warhammer. I've swung it, it's been, I want to say, 24 years since I swung my Warhammer, but I can still use it, I assure you.
Emily, let me be honest, I would be ecstatic to have you join us.
Oh, fantastic! I'm so glad.
But, sadly I cannot.
What, why not?
There's, group politics and the like, there's, you see that goblin over there?
Are
see
you
the
all
goblin?
downstairs? I thought you were just downstairs.
No, we're all upstairs. We
I
told
thought
you.
you,
to invite them up.
everyone's upstairs right now. Yeah.
We're waiting for you.
Oh, they're all upstairs?
Hey, he sure is taking a long time, huh?
You can just say, remember that goblin, because...
Remember that goblin?
Oh, yes, I did. Fantastic.
Him among a few others are just not quite comfortable bringing you with us. It's not that they dislike you, it's just that you're too. We can't take you away from this great force.
Oh, yes, you can. You don't understand. Let me tell you that I'm only here to help out what I was put in play. I don't want to get into politics. I can show you my worth. Please, let me put a trial to test, yes? I'll best any one of you.
I am well aware that you're much more skilled than even me or any of my compatriots, but this town is actively being attacked by hordes of undead.
Oh, yes, it is.
As a paladin of Paylor, I cannot stand the idea of leaving it undefended.
Well,
And
I mean, that's
you
what Commander
and the
Remar
commander-
Luna is here for.
You and the commander are the only two people here that I actually think are competent enough to maybe handle something if it goes wrong. I mean, maybe if everything goes smoothly, like you're used to it, maybe you and the commander wouldn't be needed. But if something were to go wrong, or you and the commander are the only things standing between this town and the bottom.
Roll a persuasion check.
And I cannot stand the idea of having only one man be what's standing between this town and the bottom of the lake. It needs to be at least two.
I'm lagging out a little bit, but I heard everything. So this FYI, I should be back now.
I said I was gonna go look for Costas because he was taking too long.
Okay, so you're going downstairs. So you come
Oh.
downstairs. You see Costas at the bar
Yeah.
with Priest Emily. Costas, make a persuasion check.
I whistle across the bar from the stairs to Costas.
An 8. Oh, grabs you on the shoulder. Please, I implore you. They can handle this. We need to cut the head off the snake. Costas, you see the head of the snake, and I can do that. I can help you with that. Please, I implore you, take me away from this fort. I don't want to be here. I'm an adventurer.
I turn to Thea, and I'm gonna give like a hand sign that's kind of like a bit of a thumbs up mixed with like a kind of like, I don't know what this sign's called. It's like maybe kind of sign, like just. I'm trying to convey with
I
hand
am
signs as well as I can.
I am blankly staring at you, and I just start, Costas, bring him upstairs, and I go back upstairs.
I see my group might want to talk to you about this as a whole, but
Oh, yes, let's go. Right, lead the way.
before I
Don't
go,
worry about it, Mr. Athala. Thea is super subtle. She definitely wouldn't shout something weird across the bar, so you don't gotta worry about it. All right, she'll be back in a second.
I've traveled with her longer. I'm pretty sure that's not.
No, I could tell you were worried, so just making sure.
just dumbly,
Yes.
as followers of Paylor, we are obliged to help people,
Well, of course we're followers of Player or devotees,
especially
but
against the undead.
you don't.
I feel-
Young boy, you
I
have.
would feel
How
to
old
be
are you?
viol-
Tell me your age.
I am
Now, Costas.
22. I would feel to be in violation of my oath if I took you with us.
Let's go. Come on. Go to your
Fine.
companion.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's-
walk up. Delman's walking away from you. Up there? Yes. Can I bring my food?
Sure. I don't think they care. We're adventurers. Our rooms are usually dirty.
Runs back to
yes,
the bar,
the
begins
store.
to grab
Right.
the food, grabs the whiskey bottle as well. Begins to waddle up the staircase.
Oh,
everyone
whiskey, good job.
Everyone in the tavern is watching.
Costas is gonna kind of look around the tavern. Nothing to see here. Kind of just give a little wave and then go back up.
It's like even worse. It's like pouring salt on a wound. Pouring salt on an open wound. I see it, man. It's fine.
Costas.
You pass. Now everyone is upstairs. Suddenly, Goldbelly walks in, the food, begins to lay it out on the bed. Begins to grab, corks the whiskey bottle, takes a swig. Yeah, anybody? Yes, you food. Begins to hand food and drinks, whoever like it, and then Costas, you enter in, shut the door.
Is this the? Costas is gonna walk in. Is that the whiskey? Like the bottle? He's gonna point at the bottle.
Yep. You want some?
Can I have the bottle?
Well, I'll drink it. I'll share it.
Sure.
Here you go. Young lad, seems like you're getting drunk already. I was just talking to your fellow here, and we're working on an arrangement that I can come with you.
Yeah, you're not
actually,
coming.
a bit of
No,
a-
absolutely
Oh.
not.
What was it? What?
Is it?
Yeah,
of
he's really like twist my words. We'd love to have him, but it's just not safe for the.
But
town.
why? You didn't say it was not safe. You said because people in your adventuring club didn't want me.
Yeah,
No.
because it would be
Wow,
dangerous to the town
Costas.
if you left.
Look, sir, I'm so sorry. Mr. Costas, he just got hit on the head in the last dungeon we were in, and isn't quite thinking things through.
Yes.
The fact of the matter is, we need a small profile, and we just can't have more than 6 people in the party. It just can't happen. So
I see. Roll persuasion. You think Priest Stubbly's gonna give up this easily? You got nothing. That's a fantastic roll. 26. Oh, I suppose you're right. There's no reason to invite an old dwarf, 7th wheel such as myself. I understand.
no, I mean, if
No,
one of
it's
our party
okay.
members dies, we'll
I
come
get
back
it.
and get you.
I understand.
But
I'm not needed. I get
oh
it.
no, you are needed. We need your wisdom though.
What do you mean?
Oh, my friends have some questions about the marshes. If you wouldn't mind, that would really help us prepare, and then we can tell you about all of our stories when we get back over some drinks.
I see. Okay. You need my wisdom. I understand, yes? Okay. What is it? Marshes, you said? Wisdom on the marshes, and then come back for drinks? When do you think you'll be back?
When we get back.
Okay. Are you going to cut the head off the snake?
Hands on where the snake
When we
is.
do.
And when are you
Yeah,
leaving?
There's a snake.
When we do.
Yeah, we haven't decided yet. Still got to reckon order for some supplies.
First, 7 hells. All right. Well, takes a seat on the bed. What would you like to know? Can an old dwarf tell you?
Ever heard of some giant towers off in the marshes?
I have heard words spoken. Well, Paxida. I've spoken of Paxida. Crazy, fantastical tale, but it's not unheard of in history texts that towers that could exist to do something. I mean, we talk about the Tokovas Republic. We talk about them. Well, they themselves had some method of harnessing a bridge in a congruence. Congruence are a thing. Well, it's not really around any per se anymore. It's a long time ago, though. Written and told about and kind of swept under the rug. No one really wants to get to the history with those because there's been so many traumatic events around them. Very troubling things. The Sundering. Have you ever heard the tale of the Sundering?
Heard some words about it, yeah.
Yeah, so
You've heard some words. Maybe you
Just mentionings.
just some mentionings. Not
No.
anything wholeheartedly.
Not
What-
necessarily. Would
what's-
you enlighten us?
Well, let me begin. Adjust themselves. Dims the candlelight. Smooths the sheets. With sorcerers imbued with pure chaos, harnessing power that rivals deities, to combat the very dragon. Why time frame, the Primatura plane was once becoming balanced. See, great forces at play in this world. The magic that is filled within, they must be balanced, evenly so. But this was starting to change. This is on the cusp of 900 Antars, roughly. This would be greater than 3,300 years ago. Long time. Temeria. You all heard of it? Continent to the southeast of this continent, Arthuria.
Heard of it.
Yeah, but it was home to elves and their independent city-states. This was prior to the Temerian Republic. The mountains sprawl and circle the inner continent. It is rich with lush vegetation and life. The outer continent is far more diverse, ranges from temperate grasslands. Much of the Temerian coast is large bluffs that overlook the seas and oceans. You have a singular bay that opens up into port, and, well, you have the city-state of Elion. They occupy the inner continent. This region referred to as Enda, Elvish for heart or interior. That was once home to Feywild congruence, ruled by a council of 5 noble houses. The Feywild congruence was kept protected by large stone walls at the city's interior. Mountains surrounding it were called Silvas. Large towering artifacts were constructed to shield the Inda from intruders. They were powered by arcane magic, fueled by the Feywild. In similar fashion to the tales Axina's told, I assure that she's getting things confused, right, in history. Showing that she's unintelligent or well-versed in history. In old age, maybe you're getting confused with very far-off places, far events, and drawing them into fantastical tales. So something that struck home to me is that, well, these towers could be what they refer to as you are saying here. Yes. And harnessing magic from the congruence is a devilish thing indeed. History tells us that manipulating and messing about with the fabric of the natural world only means disaster. In any case, as you might tell, well, the 5 noble houses went at war. In a way, in a sense, not war in conventional means, but a war of magic, a war of wit. The destruction of Elyon signaled that the Feywild congruence, it needed to end. what they don't tell you in history is how that happened. They put stabilizations, spells through the towers, relics that were pretty much destroyed at this point. They took the power that they were stealing from the congruence, continued this bridge to the plane, and they stashed them into artifacts they took from the Feywild itself. Somehow, they was created pocket versions. Not to continue the bridge, to steal the magic, close it for good. I'd imagine that this congruence can be opened at any time if the artifacts were in possession, and so the 5 noble houses each keep a single one. Well, at least I imagine so. They wouldn't tell of that. They don't put them back into the towers. Put the magic back where it belongs. They just keep it fragmented. The congruence is still there. History tells us that as well. It's still there. It's just a scaffolding through space. A relic of an old ancient world, universe. But bridge, that they stopped. They closed the gate. So yes, towers. Congruences. Could it be? I've never heard of, except for the tale I've seen it told. But I would imagine it has something to do with this. Something so.
Yeah, that sounds very relevant. That is very useful, helpful information there, buddy. I'm much obliged to you for sharing it with us.
Oh, well, of course, you asked for my wisdom, and, well, I want to support the adventuring troop in any way. If I can't come along with the journey, I might as well help you all out.
Yes, you're so wise. Reminds me of a master teacher I heard of long ago.
Apologies. Pulls out a handkerchief. Oh, it's just been so long since I've been out adventuring. Oh, I do miss it. I hate being settled down. Troubling business.
Well, I mean, how settled can you be with weekly hordes of undead attacking your home? Sounds like you got your hands full here as it is.
I suppose so. Is there any questions you all have here?
You mentioned something about they created pockets to absorb this. Were they absorbing the bridges? Or they were absorbing the energy from the sea.
It's speculation at this point, I would imagine, but my studies tell me that magic is merely transformed. It's not created out of nothing. They were already pulling magic from the congruence, from the Feywild, whatever it's coming from. Then the artifacts needed to be imbued with that. It's not that you just simply stop that once you get going, right? It's like a pocket version of the towers were. Referred to them as artifacts. Of course, it could be any object, really. Just something to house the magic. It's been speculated, and, well, it's been told. Many people, I suppose. The noble houses now forming the Temerian Republic, they still use these. Perhaps they continue what they were doing, the towers around Enda, and they just do it in a smaller scale. Shroud of their great halls. The buried of some dungeon. I would like to think otherwise. History does repeat itself, but some practices are hard to stop.
Speaking of practices, if I may inquire, how long have you been serving Pelor?
Oh, well, since I was a young pup. Long time.
Okay, so you were
Yeah.
kind of inherited into it more or less.
No, not necessarily. Well, are you familiar with dwarven clans, this continent? How they work?
This continent, not so much.
Oh, not so much. See, we dwarven clans don't really intermix. Most dwarves are born in the respective dwarven cities to the clan, and well told, this is the family trade, and this is what you do, and keep a long-standing history of all of that business. So, myself, well, I was born to Clan Drawrill, and family Goldbelly. We had 2 taverns, Arthur knew. And, well, I was drawn to the lore and worshipped in the few temples that were constructed. See, Clan Drawrill, unlike the other clans, we were more welcoming to outsiders. We had a community of many different races inside the city. And so I found a few that came from the Cathedral of Pelor and the Elder. It's called something else in the past, but they pledged my life, and I felt a good calling there, helping the sick and wounded, and the knowledge of what they offered. So I traveled across Arthuria as a cleric. I didn't spend much time in cathedrals, halls. I ventured the land, and then I went to other places in the world. That a lot, but the Society of Falthor, the Imperial College, you see, the Talthars, really. I still owed a great debt. Time I would need gold to do my adventures, or room and board. They would put me up. They would accept things that I would bestow into the collections, right, office collections inside of the People's Palace, and I would say I need some coin for this, and they always kept trying to settle me down, get me somewhere. Someone like you could do great things, educate and teach, just like you did back in Clan Drawrill. I am here at this fort, running the temple.
I see. Well, let me ask you something there, bud. Have you ever heard the good news of our Lord and Savior Thrym?
Grim. Well, if I recall, that is, it's not just a giant, but also a dwarvish deity. Warfare.
Well, it's I have some personal history with my good man Thrym. He has always done right by me, so I feel obliged to spread the good word wherever I go at this point. He's definitely a god of good intentions. He loves strong liquor. He loves beautiful women. He loves fighting dragons. That's 3 things near and dear to my heart. And I gotta tell you, if you're in any way obliged to any of those things, that may just be the god for you.
Well, I do mean this the most utmost beauty to you and all of the I'm not for Thrym. I very well versed in what Thrym is. Have you ever heard the term a wicked, cursed god before? Cross.
I can't say that I have. I met him personally, well, indirectly, I suppose, and he seemed very welcoming and gave me a nice invisible sweater against the cold.
Yes, right, I'm sure. Let me explain. The Great Voyage. Many of the dwarven clans in Arthuria speak of. The Great Voyage is kind of like a manifest destiny, right? It's how the dwarves arrived here on Arthuria. We landed on the shores of Ismar, and we spread among the mountains, called to by the halls of the gold mines and the different variety in the mountains. We spread the guilds and the families and the respective callings, and, well, Thrym was a deity that found home. Dragons. Many of them. Not that there's not dragons in other places in the world, but there's so many of them here. Well, there happened to be one in particular dragon. It's not exactly the most viable. His name was Tresgol. Very vicious, this dragon. In addition to Javarig. Well, they plagued the dwarvish people. That's why we stayed within the mountains. Servants like to infiltrate the cities. So Thrym was a deity they called most. A deity that promised gifts, the promise of slaying and fighting dragons. Very strong gifts. and then the thrones of their hall would you go, to live your everlasting life upon sacrificing it to fight in this great thing. It seems rather strange, doesn't it? Give your life and serve in blood and warfaring against a majestic and beautiful creature. Might just be going of their own nature. Thought that we are the intruders. We are the impeding on these dragons' lives just by being here. We don't know. But yes, Thrym, if that's a deity that you worship, more power to you. More power to you. I do hope all the best and slaying of dragons and all that warfaring business of honor and loyalty and yes. More power to you.
All them things you mentioned don't really seem that horrific to me. I had a great time up there palling around with him. And them dragons weren't exactly nice to any of the local folks, so I don't know, man. Maybe kind of got it backwards there. Seems like an upstanding feller to me.
Well, I'm always willing to talk more about deities and things, but I don't know if that's where my infinite wisdom needs to go if we go adventure into the marshes. This whiskey
enough,
bottle's
fair
getting
enough.
quite empty here. You can always get another bottle.
Have you heard anything about the Selenars?
I've never heard of anything about them. I don't even know what that is. Oh, is that something Maxina said? Sort of Druidic circle, right? Not Maxina said. I don't know. All part of the tale. Oh, you've all gone quiet. Put you to sleep.
No, not at all.
Oh, all right.
If we could have a bit more time, I was wondering if you knew about any possible risks that could befall us if we were to follow the river.
Ah, we're following the river to the marshes. Well, it's Faron River. It's decently fast. There's some currents and also some rapids. You most likely need to take some canoes down. Plenty of boats on the shores there next to the bridge. Any of you versed in sea or sea vehicles? Out of character, proficient in boats at all? Anybody?
Nope.
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 Only land ones.
Are you sure? Okay. Well, if that's the case, then you might have some trouble. But it's not very difficult to know. You take the river down, you'll get towards Norfolk. It's many different rocky beaches in Norfolk as it feeds into the large congruence between these two rivers, the forks of the river, and then they form into a large one that carries through the marshes, as far as I know. Shouldn't be too hard, difficult. You just go down the river. Awful lot of chatting on Discord.
I don't think it would be too difficult. It's pretty much a straight path down, right, to the marshes.
That is correct. Straight path down. Very, very true. Very true.
But no rapids or anything.
Oh, there's rapids. Yes. I wouldn't be a personal water navigator myself, but I couldn't get through.
Okay, well, I think Joe, it might be fun for you.
Indubitably. So
Well, should I
got any
top
more
this
of
bottle
whiskey?
off? Are we going to talk more, or what are we doing?
Actually, I was gonna ask, where's this here whiskey from? It's awfully thick.
Oh, well, I don't know. Yadir has their ways. Yadir used to be a pirate, you know.
Used to be a pirate.
Oh, yes. You get Yadir talking. Yeah, it's got quite the history. I'd imagine this might be something from somewhere far off, pirated from some trade vessel.
You know, it's
Besides, you doesn't think about that.
Thea, you tend to have a pretty good memory for such things. Wasn't one of the bartenders up in Othema telling me about was Yondir the one who had some kind of a special trade thing set up for some premium booze? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
You're thinking of Harak, Joe.
Perhaps I was.
You are.
No. Not that I know that. But...
Ezekiel, go away.
Oh, sorry.
Was that the name though?
No, we were in the inn in Harak,
Yeah, that
and
was Harlow special, right? That's what you're
yeah,
referring
he had a special trade arrangement with someone. Didn't tell us who.
Hmm. For some reason, that made me think of it. Maybe this, oh, I don't know. Could be barking up the wrong tree. It is quite good, though.
Oh, well, no worries. I'll get another bottle. Stanley strides out of the
Oh.
room.
Sorry.
Before you leave,
Oh, yes.
anything in the marshes that would be concerning? Creatures?
I'll come back. I'm bringing another bottle. Oh, my goodness.
Take your time. Think about it.
Oh, no. Okay. Spikes off.
Concerning the undead, the dragon, the mollywogs, Salinars, lizard folk, rangers possibly.
A dragon.
Well, he knows what he's talking about, that's for sure.
I
He
tell you guys,
knows-
I kind of like this guy.
Stumley don't
Yeah.
mess around. Have you looked at the stats of Priest Stumley here? Hovered over the token? Priest Stumley
Oh,
don't
yeah,
mess
yeah,
around,
he's got more
bro.
health than me.
Priest Stumley don't mess around, bro. That's a homebrew right there.
He got more spell slots than me.
Are we sure we can't bring him?
No.
No.
We're not doing that.
That
No,
was
just because the boss man told us we shouldn't.
As we gave him our word we wouldn't.
I gave no such word.
I gave no
You
such...
weren't at the meeting. You wanted to fuck around at the blacksmith, so you didn't get a choice.
Yeah, we're the ones who made their arrangement.
Well, shit. Just saying. We don't
I
know
love
what
the
kind
guy
of
as much
craziness
as
is in
anyone
there.
else here. He's great. It's just we can't bring him out of this town. He has a duty here. He's obviously trying to get out of it, but he has to stay here. Unfortunately, as his life has led him, he has to do this.
With... I know a couple of dwarfs from Clan Gilgar I could talk to.
Yeah, why don't you go do
What
that?
end?
What's a clan Gilgar? Are they known to specialize in anything in particular? Like fighting dragons?
Well... their king's allied with the bad one.
Wait, with the bad one what?
One of the bad dragons.
Well, that sounds like a step in the wrong direction to me. Maybe I'm crazy about this whole politics thing.
They defected from the clan. They don't follow King Gilmore anymore because of what he's done to the other clans.
Yeah, I don't know.
What would
This
be the
sounds like an
point of
extra
involving
complication.
them? What would be the point of it?
More hands.
More
don't want more
hands mean less
hands.
of a low profile. Low profile is what gets us through this.
I can imagine I don't want to be liable for these people's deaths.
I mean, not much on my conscience like that, but true. Yeah, I don't want them to die out there because we told them to.
I mean, we told the priest that he couldn't come because it could only be the 6 of us. Now we're going to invite other people along. So he's going to already probably attempt to follow us anyway.
The door opens. Oh, about to play water scheme. Drinks already.
Blinky cat.
All right, where were we? Yes, creatures.
Creatures, other
yes.
nasties hiding.
Well, there's well versed in a lot of different undead creatures. Are you asking me about what the fort plagues with? They are zombies. And strange zombies. Many of them are by diversity. Usually it's a turning that happens to these creatures. Undead plague that comes over them. It's a ranging of different races. That is it. That is all that plagues the fort. Mindless, incoherent zombies.
Just zombies, no other types of undead?
No, that is it. That is literally it.
That's strange.
Why is that
So-
strange to you?
I mean, usually when they're...
Do you face a
From
lot of undead?
I have very little. To be real honest, I haven't bumped into undead too commonly, but usually there's at least some variety. Like they're not all one type. There'd be. I've only run into undead on a few occasions so far, but
Yes.
each time there were 2 or 3 different types of undead.
Oh, really?
So, not one.
The character, I primarily remember it being only one type, mainly. But, you know, we can say our apples are oranges. That's fine.
Well, I mean, like, you know, last time I ran into undead, there were some zombie beholders. There were also floating skulls. Before that, there were like zombies as well as, or I believe maybe ghouls to be more accurate, as
Yeah,
well
but
as
they-
like some ghost-like beings.
So Costas. So now we're coming around for a little bit here. Okay, so Costas. Okay, the eye monsters, they were just like zombified eye monsters, right? The skulls were strange, and so that's so undead. What turned them undead? Like what makes them undead? So yes, you faced a diversity there. So in order for something like that to happen, okay, someone has to be controlling it, right? There has to be something that plays that they're drawing different undead in and they're curating it. But if you're talking about zombies, creatures that are just risen, generally it's one type, right? Because you're just going from whatever source you have and then you're rising from the dead. Unless you have multiple sources that you can play with and you're rising them. So that is weird, right? That there isn't a variety. It's common. It is common that there is one type of undead. Okay, that is commonplace because it's one source. But you all, based on the story Paxina has said, with the numerous different things that exist within the marshes, it should be a variety, right? Of zombie creatures in that
I
way.
mean, yeah, I'd imagine like they'd have killed bears and stuff that would join them.
Sure. Undead bears. Say anything about that. So I'm flipping you around a little bit on your head because I'm coming through. That's not being seen, which is strange, which is actually the normal way you're supposed to see it. But because you know that so many different things exist, like creatures and whatnot in the marshes, based on what Paxina said, that it should be super diverse. But the zombies are just different humanoid races. We talk about sunlight sensitivity being a factor maybe during the travel time, other things. So some of what you faced inside of Girder is not actually, they couldn't even be outside in the daylight.
Hey, well, you know, I think we can worry about, you know, what kind of things are going to try to kill us when we get there. Sounds like a lot of undead.
It could be very well. Could be a lot of undead. But perhaps taking me with you, I may be able to classify them.
No, I think. Anybody else have anything else for the priest? I know it's getting close to your bedtime, sir. So.
No, I think I'm gonna head to my room, go study. Thank you, priest. Go bed.
Yes, sir.
It's
Thank
been
you,
a
John
pleasure.
Layfall.
That's it? Really?
Well, yeah. We'll stop in and say hello on our way back.
Oh.
Tell you all about it.
You
You
can
know what?
see us
Oh.
off in the morning.
All right.
Actually, that may be helpful if you have anything that can help us on our journey. You know, like a nice spell or something.
Oh, yes, I can dig through the basement of the temple. I might be able to find some scrolls, perhaps, or maybe even a tome or two. I'll be back real quick.
That'd be
Oh,
No, I'll be
stop by in
back.
the
No, this is important. I will be back.
okay.
Yes. Ah.
Oh, priest.
Stops, comes back. Yes?
This is gonna just be off chance. Would you happen to have a scroll of revivification and a diamond worth 300 gold pieces?
Oh, yes, I have many of diamonds, 300 gold pieces worth. Revivification? Of course I have that. What kind of cleric would I be without some sort of spell to revive someone?
You think you could give or sell to us at a steep discount those things to help us in our journey? And
Oh,
that
I
way
could give
you're
them.
there,
Yes.
in spirit.
Oh, I like your thinking. Yes, well, let me think. I don't even need a persuasion check. I'm on board. Yes. How many do you want?
Well, as many as you're willing to spare,
Very vague idea, but imagine one revivification for each of you.
Yeah,
That'd be
that's great.
great.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, sounds good. I'll be back with that. Oh no, real fast, real fast. One's up.
I love him.
By the Dawn
Dawn
Father,
Father.
you've done it. Good job. Good job, Felix.
He just wants to feel useful. I get it.
Hey guys, do you guys know what he was talking about the what, wicked, cursed god or something?
I don't think everybody looks as favorably onto Thrym as other people do. People have different opinions, so just I wouldn't I wouldn't worry about it.
Is there a reputation I should know about? Because I interacted with him personally. He seemed like he was really cool, down to earth, and on the level. Is there something else I should know?
You know how the things are.
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
Well, no, like people have different of opinions and values, and conflicts can be painted in different lights. But if you find it serves you well, then and you're not hurting anybody with it, then go by it. Some people like
Alright.
thick whiskeys. I don't. And I don't judge them in their pursuit of thick whiskey. Whatever that is. But
Oh, whiskey's whiskey as far as I'm concerned on that. I'm just happy to have it rather than not. But, well, yeah. Words to live by, I suppose. Thank you.
Do we plan on leaving tomorrow or the day after?
tomorrow. I don't think all these projects and whatnot. We can keep going. That you can get work
Good.
as you go.
Okay.
But we need to get a move on.
Great. I will get some preparations done then.
Yeah, we well, I guess speak to the commander in the morning, see about the boat. Hopefully, or he'll see us here. I don't know, but we have that already. Guess we'll try to get an early rise.
Sure.
Well then, I'll leave you all. Have a good night. And Othala will go to his room and finish his studying from the morning that he could not get done.
Gotcha. Okay.
I am going to try to summon a steed and set that up in the stables for tomorrow
Okay.
before going to bed. That's going to be understanding common.
All right. So as you both you go and then your priest Emily hurries on back, and it seems to be void of the diamonds and spell scrolls or anything. In fact, they haven't been gone for very long. They stride upstairs in an absolute huff, breathing profusely. Something took Marlin. Some creature. We need to go. Quickly, gather yourselves. Oh, my heart.
I'm sorry, to what?
We're going.
Oh, it's something. It ran out the back of the temple. It had Merlin in its grasp. It waited.
Merlin?
Where's the orphan boy? He works at the temple. I took charge.
Got it. Okay, let's go.
We need to go. Quickly, we make haste
Ed,
on
step
tracking.
out.
What?
Stressed does he look right now?
He looks absolutely frantic and completely out of breath.
Is he trying to pull one over on us?
Oh
Yeah, that's
my!
This is getting
I
to his
think we're
point.
all
It sounds
suspicious.
like
Are
a
you
plan.
serious?
He has an
He's trying to get us to go on the adventure.
Yes.
I love it. It's exactly what I hoped for. Cry wolf. Roll insight. Fine. Why not? Roll insight. Sure. Roll it out. Natural.
That's actually an 18.
Yeah, you take that. Yeah, can't go lower. I like it. So just our inquisitor here.
I'm not there. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
go ahead and
oh,
use
well.
that
Boss
then
just
already.
believes him immediately. He's already getting ready to go. That's,
Yeah, I've already heard what it sounds like when he's telling the truth. Because
Sure.
his whole story, I know that story.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I want to know now.
Damn it,
Based
where's the
on
menu
the
again?
sweat on the brow, based on the breathing and the posture of franticness, suggests that to you, that Priest Emily Goldbelly is just not fast enough to catch with the creature that is in. It's not fast enough to catch them. So, and based on coming back here, would also indicate to you that the creature has ways of maybe navigating
Mhm.
around the guard and soldiers. So Priest Emily is not going to the commander; is going directly to you. It might also indicate that Priest Emily knows what this creature is, but has not conveyed that to you. With
Just
that,
for Alright.
we're gonna take a break. If you're watching the
Yep.
stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. As we see Priest Emily Goldbelly cry wolf, and we're gonna see the party believes him or not.
I completely trusted him. I'm happy I summoned the horse already.
Lucas makes it. I like it. All right, we'll be back in 10. If you're watching the stream, we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So 6:31 p.m. PST. Obviously, probably later. Generally, what happens. But hopefully, you join us then, and we'll see you. So bye. See you in a little bit.
Bye.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for continue to watch us here at Group 6 as we get going with Priest Umley Goldbelly, who has not returned without favors. Returned very quickly, in fact, and stated that they had observed some creature taking away Merlin, an orphaned, referred to as an orphaned boy, like an orphaned child, that they took under their kind of astute tutelage to teach clerical things and all that matter. And simply stated that they went up, they basically going up to the temple, and then all of a sudden something ran out the back, maybe some screaming, right? And then they kind of tried to run. But it's Priest Umley Goldbelly. There is no way that Priest Umley Goldbelly is going to be able to chase after that. And some in the insight, right, that our Inquisitor did, even with the taking your minimum there, is that there is truth, like the condition that is Priest Umley is, right? The condition that they are is exactly in a condition of somebody that has just witnessed something very bad. So they have just witnessed this, and they are very much in line with time is of the essence. Like, if we're going to track this thing, find out where it's going, and also showcases to you all that Priest Umley Goldbelly has absolute zero confidence in the soldiers and the people. To go back to you all here at the tavern after sharing whiskey bottles, it seems as though Priest Umley Goldbelly is an adventurer at heart, and to adventures you go to get aid. So, but they're at the they're at the stairs there, breathing hard. Please, we must go quickly. Come, we need to go now.
Yeah,
Boy got taken.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
follow.
all right.
Oh,
Let's
good,
go.
good. Come with me, quickly. Go. Continuing to run, hard breathing. I don't
While
even
we're
give you
like
tokens.
following
If-
him, what did you see? I need to know exactly what direction, all that information.
Okay, is anybody not following?
Well, I was wondering, is there a basket weaver in town that I could spend some time?
Wow, that was that was good.
Althala
good.
contemplates, looks out his door, looks at his book. Yeah, follows.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna miss the time clock just to make it relevant to what time you're looking at here. So you pour outside the door, and you're continuing the kind of move towards the temple. Now, based on the map here, the temple itself is not very far from the Lumpenstum Tavern. You will have maybe three blocks worth of space to go. You can't have good sight lines because of how much foliage and different trees are inside of the town. Everything's really spaced off. You'll have gardens, fences, all that jazz. So on the run, as you're moving, it becomes very apparent that Priest Umley Goldbelly is slow. And we're not talking about Regmore slow. We're talking about an old dwarf slow. So they're having to breathe, continue to move themselves, pressing forward, even hit some lesser restorations if they have to, smacking the chest a little bit, pumping them full of juice, and they're continuing their move.
If I did notice that, I would probably offer for him to like ride on my horse behind me or something.
Oh, thank you, lad. Gets onto your horse. Behind you, a summoned steed, I imagine this is what we're referring to. And then we come to the, right, so it was a tall, hulking green creature, long nails, and I believe I know what it is. Troubling business.
What is it?
It's commonly referred to as a hag.
Oh, just a hag.
Just a hag,
damn
yes.
it.
Well, tracking this beast is going to be very difficult. We'll eventually get towards the temple. Really, it's not drawn to you. It's going inside the temple at this point, based on what they've described is like a garden area where the back door enters and exits out of. That's where the tracks would really pick up, especially with the rain. For the two rangers here, if you're going to track a beast or a creature, you got to get the tracks where they start, right? So you go towards the back door area, dismounting off the horse, coming down into a large kind of lush garden that's been now picked and pruned and ready to go for the next season. You go in through a kind of a picket fence into the grounds, and you see the mud and the patches. The footprint of this creature is about twice to 1.5 times a medium-sized humanoid, even though their gait is a medium-sized humanoid. So it suggests that they have a large foot. They have kind of nails and other things that come around. But as you begin to track, and I don't need you to even have a roll because of how new and fresh these tracks are, the footprint changes to something else. And now it becomes difficult as you get towards the back road that kind of links up with the cobbled main road. You have other foot traffic. And the print is pretty relative to the sizing of now regular humans as human made, and now gets into the realm of everything. It's the fact that this creature's actually decided to take a path that everyone follows. Which, if you have experience with these creatures, you may roll a nature check, perhaps. You want to roll a nature check to maybe bestiality, or figure out what this monster might be, relevant of a hag. And a survival check to track at this point. And you can help each other. If you two rangers want to help each other track, you can give one of each other advantage, or you can roll them independently. Priest Emily Goldbelly kind of following through, now gets back on the horse, follows up to the road, and this is where you begin the tracking process. The rain, medium kind of rain falling downwards, crowds with tents, right? Different lights and things coming from the tents of the Dwarvish soldiers and other sorts of people kind of mucking about here in the late evening. The nature check of 7, Dirty Joe, you only know the name of hag, and that you actually have come across a hag. And, well, what you know
It was
is
in my
hag.
backstory and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you've come across... Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt with the 7, because this is your backstory. You've come across hags before. You know that they are creatures that are capable of changing shape. They also can go invisible. And they are very good at charming. So, all recipes for kidnapping a small child is all there. And you know that they do. So, what has in store for this child is not good. So, with the survival check of, looks like 20 and 11, right, as we both have, easily able to pick up the trail now with the check, being able to see the prints as you go, and you begin to move in a pace. As you move in a pace, you kind of come towards the entrance here, somewhat towards that, right? You're heading in the northwestern direction, you get towards a crossroads of sorts, and you can see the stables and other sorts of businesses to the left, and then you have the double wooden doors that are open in front of you, and you see 2 guards that are up there, one of which has kind of a poncho-like thing, cloak over the shoulders, just kind of bracing it. The other one is like sit down smoking a pipe next to a brazier with a similar cloak overhead. They seem none the wiser. Priest Stubbly. Oh, lads, God, did you see anything come through here? Did you see anything? Halfling turns around, smoking. Oh, Priest Stubbly. No, we haven't seen nothing. Nothing come through here. Hey, you're out pretty late. What's going on? Merlin's been kidnapped by some creature. I need you to get to Commander Raymar Luna. Tell them, quickly. Begins to come down from the tower using the staircase and things. Remember, there's not really a formal towers here. They're more just platforms. Needs to come down, kind of running in the direction, and then calling through a couple different patrols, maybe your tents, right, of other soldiers to grab kind of a collective, more people, right, to help out. The tracks, though, don't actually go through the gate. Instead, after following him for a bit of ways, tracking him through the buildings towards the western side of where the gate is, about a couple 120 feet, the creature actually scaled the wall. Claw marks of the creature suggest that the nails are massive, and actually scaled the wall using the many-foot handholds of this very insignificant wall to get across it. Based on the fact they didn't see anything, even though there is some light that comes through here, is that the creature might be invisible, and the child might be charmed. In your eyes, Dirty Joe, because you have familiarity with creatures. Tracking takes you over the wall, so take the easiest route. Go back to the entrance, and double back, right? And then you go through, and then hook west. You come back to where you imagine the creature comes over, and so it does. The creature has taken no time to hide its tracks. In fact, now it's in a run and proceeds in the direction of the Smallwood past the lumberyard and the timber company. So the trail picks up, and it gets difficult as the forest itself is not as easily as the track. The 20 keeps true. You're stumbling on the back of the horse. we begin to go into the small wood.
Priest Dumley, do you know any weaknesses or obvious strengths of the hag? That's what you said you believe it to be, right?
Well, I'm not too familiar with the creatures, just in studies. Well, I have innate magic about them. Primordial creatures, in a way, in a sense. Anyways, best be wary of what we come across. Might not all be what we seem, as far as the tales and accounts. I don't imagine they would do any harm to the boy yet. I truly believe they will intend to, though. This is of utmost haste. I appreciate all of your help. It's very fantastic of you. Thank you for taking me along as a seventh wheel in your adventure.
Happy to have you.
Oh, it's good.
I'm gonna cast see invisibility. As we're tracking this.
You're gonna throw on see invisibility. Okay. Throw on see invisibility as you're tracking. You're seeing through on the track creatures of the forest, lagging out just a little bit. Give me a second.
Michael, you're
Yeah,
breaking
go
out pretty bad.
Yeah, you're roboting out.
It's coming back. I'm here, baby. So I went through it. So I've because I've been lagging. I've been kind of tracking it, trying to figure it out. Right. Actually went through a Windows 11 update just recently, and all of a sudden now it's a lot shorter and very minuscule. So you know what, Microsoft, if you're watching, screw you. Because I'm pretty sure it's from my operating system and the way it communicates with my land driver. Pretty certain of that. Oh well. Okay. So you pierce into the forest, this small one. You've had experience with this forest before because you've gone through it. It's not a challenging forest by any means, right? Small, medium-sized creature, but nothing too deadly, nothing that's going to barrel at you through here. So you're making a really fast pace, right? Time is of the essence. The issue is with the steed. Having a horse through the woods is difficult in these conditions, but you're a fine rider. You're able to manage it, and you're pulling through. Eventually, you begin to see light after a couple of miles of actual travel. You haven't gone too far in. And one thing to note is that there are people that live in the small wood, not just, like little encampments and tents and things. That is common, right? People go on hunting parties, they stay out here. What's uncommon? Houses. Which, strangely enough, as you begin to see in the distance, is a house. So,
Quick
before
mechanics question here.
Mhm.
We spent at least one night in the inn at the fort, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think I was absent for the session that we all came into the fort.
Yeah.
I didn't take a long rest. At least my
Oh.
my token didn't at that time.
Yeah, no, yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Can I go ahead and
take
do that
yeah.
now?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thank
Yeah. Yeah.
Yay, spell slots.
All right, so Othal, you have see invisibility that lasts for an hour, well within the time frame so far here. I'm going to advance the time based on how far. So you maybe have 20 minutes or so that you still have this. I'm going to change detection mode to add see invisibility to that. I need to make an effect still for see invisibility because the Convenient Effects hasn't transferred over anything for the new version, but this should allow you to see invisible creatures as they are.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So, what I can tell you right now is that this is a cottage. Okay? See smoke billowing from the chimneys coming upwards from this cottage. You observe a single-story rock-walled and wooden building It's wooden stilts, nearly 3 to 4 feet in elevation. The structure has some glass windows, and you can see dim candlelight scattering around. A double wooden door sits on the south side, creating a main entrance. Another side entrance is on the east side, nearby a small overhang for firewood. The rooftop is wooden, straw thatched. And you can hear just faintly the sounds of an old person humming with herself. Based on your sight lines, you can see, as you have some vision through these windows. You're in the darkness, the rain coming across. Not sure about the summoned steed, but we'll get there. And based on what you can see inside is that there is a table, there's a central kind of fireplace or a hearth, there's kitchen prep areas, the northeast side of the building, and there are furnishings. Seems to be quite normal. Nothing seems to be any of the problem, except for the fact that the trail takes you to the main entrance of this cottage. See it moving quickly up towards it and losing it into the darkness. Paused. I'm gonna unpause it, and now I'm going to get to the realization by one of the individuals. Party. So Athala, you see, sitting at the table, is some sort of shrewd, tall, hulking, green, medium-sized humanoid, long nose and gray hair, currently muttering to themselves with a little bit of bones and things in their hands, and just waiting patiently and sitting there. This is not the individual that is humming. Stumbling, crouching into the shrubbery, off map currently. So wow, hiding in the shrubbery of this meadow, right? Looking through the cottage.
So strange. I've never seen this before. Well, hunters haven't reported anything like this.
I'm going to not say a word. I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation, and in the floor it's gonna read Sneaky Step to Joe. And then it's gonna continue so that everyone else can see on the floor. It's gonna say, "There's multiples and they're invisible. I have eyes on one at the table." Oh, and I'm putting my hand out to priest, to the priest to shh, be quiet.
And now I can't see the skills for some reason. Right clicking on toggle Argon Combat HUD. And
Use features.
Are you trying to roll
Cast
stealth?
spells or cast
I was
spells.
trying to access my spells through.
So
the
you
little
go to,
combat
it says
thing.
cast spells, and you could it's gonna scroll up some your first and second levels and click on them, and it should open up.
Yeah, so popping up the HUD, Dirty Joe, you should see that your spells are now divided into action, bonus action, and potentially.
No, I don't even see the HUD popping up. Like
So
I see my abilities are showing up now, but the rest of the stuff's gone. And I can access my. Are you able
Okay.
to see what I'm seeing?
Unfortunately, I cannot see what you're seeing. I might recommend a refresh at this point to refresh and see. You can also try to cycle on and off.
Oh shit, that's a mistake.
You
And
can try
now
to
it's
cycle
here.
on and off the
Okay,
HUD.
now found him.
Okay. Okay.
Aha.
Fantastic. So you're going to cast a spell.
Nice.
Pass without trace?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Should still be able to throw it on, and it should kind of apply to the everyone. in the
Yeah, that's
template.
right. Right there.
If not, I
Good
can
work.
always.
Yes, place measured template. Beep. Is that showing up for you guys?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Let me see. I think it still has the effect, so I think it's still good. Let me see. Mm-hmm. Should be good.
Cool.
All right.
You described it as waiting, right? Correct? It seemed as like it was waiting or something.
Sitting at the table, in the chair, waiting.
All right,
Okay,
so
can I see it inside? You said
No, they're
only
invisible.
Othala can?
He said they were invisible.
It's just Othala with seeds.
I can now that it's up and we have more stuff, we can speak. There's one invisible at the table. I'm suspecting more. If this is what I think it is, this might be a coven, and that's dangerous.
Definitely
So we
sounds
have
like.
to be careful about this. If we're gonna plan something, we have to be quick because that boy might be in danger at this moment.
Where is the most optimal place to fight them if we have to fight them? Inside or outside?
Our optimal thing to do right now is separate them. I can grab one of them right now, pull them out here, and probably force the others to try to protect their sister.
Are they all invisible right now? If you pull one out, I might be able to hit them with an ensnaring strike, pin them down, and we can focus on the others. Would I be able to see them?
Creature moves
Well-
away. So
Well, they're moving, so if I can get a better angle inside, I could pull them outside. We have to look through the windows. But I have eyes on them. I can definitely take them out and transport them around us.
All right, I'm gonna sneak up to the window and see if I can
Yeah,
spy one of
I'm
them.
gonna stealth around to see if I can see anything moving inside.
Try as well.
Oh, I am invisible.
Am I going?
Hell yeah.
No.
Okay, you'll stay back.
natural 20. Oh my gosh. Gonna hop onto the porch, Dirty Joe, piercing through the windows. You see there's another door leading to an interior chamber inside of the cottage.
And I don't actually see anything.
Is this window open or is it?
Those windows are they're closed. It's unclear to you. If you look at it intently, it looks like it can open from the other end. Kind of a single pan that can come across. You get some breeze going. So, kind of begin to look. Seems staring is a frail old woman with gray hair to the mid-back, blue eyes, face weathered and wrinkled, wearing a small blue dress with yellow buttons, white apron, polka dots. Has a kind of small black and brown lace slippers. Nothing else is remarkable, except that she looks to be okay shape for the age. This one is the
Okay,
one
who
that
can
is
see
humble.
that?
Felix. Pretty stumbling Goldbelly, getting to a nearby tree and crouching down.
I'm gonna use a minor illusion to make the sound of a knock on this other side of this door, like somebody was knocking on it,
Okay.
just to see how they react.
Draw a spell. See the old frail. That is curious. Is someone there? Hello? Turns, unlocks the door and opens it. Hello? Hello?
I'm going to cast Ensnaring Strike. Once I get used to this.
You're gonna
here.
fire an arrow at the old lady?
At the old lady who is in the middle of a known coven shack? Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Once I remember where the hell it is in this thing. Is it
All right.
a bonus cast spell? Is that right?
Well, you're gonna fire an arrow off, and then you're going to essentially use your spell to basically twine your arrow, right? So
Yeah.
you're kind of enchanting your arrow. So first we need to get the arrow off. You'll have surprise, so you have advantage. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
How do we roll initiative on this?
So if you actually have the Argon HUD, you should be able to use the there should be a dice icon next to the suitcase, which opens the character sheet. That can be accessed. You can also manually put your initiative by right-clicking your token, and the kind of shield with the two swords behind it will put that onto the actual encounter, and then you can click the dice and roll your initiative off of there. So, and you can also do it from your character sheet, so multiple different ways.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I still
So-
get to attack first, since I'm
There is-
initiating the whole thing.
There's
Or
no
how does that work?
surprise. There's no surprise rounds. So everyone, as soon as you talk, as soon as you state you want a combat action and you want to do something like that, that's when I pause and we all roll initiatives. Everyone's going to get surprise in that action, depending on what they intend to do. But if they're before you, they might not do anything, right? Because they don't know what's amiss. All right, Thala, you up first.
As always. I'm seeing the old lady come out. I'm not gonna really do much here. I'm just gonna cast mirror image on myself. And
Okay.
duck behind, like duck in the bush. Not try to be.
Ducking in the bush, throwing off a mirror image. Okay.
And probably position myself a little back so I can see the front.
Okay. So you move off a little bit. Again, we'll keep you pretty relative to the map, just finding a nearby shrub, just kind of getting behind there. You throw off your mirror image, continuing to take cover with your passive stealth. Technically the passive trace is still enabled, so just FYI, so your passive stealth is still there. It seems like the old lady is none the wiser and is honestly turning and going to be proceeding inside. We're going to end your turn there, and we come to Thea.
Yeah, I know Othala said that there was one invisible one, but there could be more, and that there was this one old lady. I'm going to bonus action hide in this
What-
like tree or shrubbery that I'm
Okay.
in.
So technically, you're still in stealth, right? Because you technically
Okay.
still pass that trace, so you're still in stealth. So we don't need to roll from you. So if
Okay.
you basically you can just say, "I continue my stealth," right? Darting behind the
Yeah.
continue to hide behind the tree or the shrub nearby me, and continue your stealth. That's fine.
But I would like to hold an attack action with my short bow for if anything gets aggressive with one of my party members that I can see.
It's aggressive that you can see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll take
If I see like a violent action happen against one of my party members within my view, then I would attempt to act on that.
Sure. Sure. I like it. Okay. And your turn there.
Yes.
All right. Costa trip next.
I'm on the horse, right?
That's up to you. I mean, Priest Dumbly has dismounted, got behind a tree. You're gonna take the horse in, but leave it up to you.
I'm going to say that if I'm gonna hold an action, so that kind of same thing as Sia. If anything goes down, I'm going to try and rush to that area with the horse. If it's close enough, I'm gonna try to do a hoof attack. If not, just dash. Is that possible, or that's kind of like a two-pronged thing? So do I need to pick between one or the other, or?
Well, I'm probably gonna say you don't have a lot of information on this side of that cottage, so you don't
Okay,
have a
then, yeah.
lot to work with. Like you don't know what's happening behind the cottage right now in your sight line. So, you might be able to understand there was like a knock and there's some things happening. So I'd probably say that if you're going like I want to hold an action to charge in, right, or something like that. I want to hold an action to charge in, but there's no movement that you can do, right? So you have to be a hold action is just for combat, right? I'm going to swing. I'm going to cast a spell, so you can't hold movement. Does that make sense?
Then yeah, I'm just going to be doing perception checks to try to see what's going on. That's all I'm gonna do then.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
Where are those? Oh wait, here we go.
$25. So you can hear a knock on the other side, a voice of somebody emanating from the backside of the building, and very surely you are hearing the crunching sounds of Redmore.
Okay, I'll intern there, and I also will have one question. My group of masters like perma-locked in. Is it okay if I just like say if I'm using it or not before an attack?
Yeah, that's fine. So the passives normally you should be able to see when the passives are disabled, but apparently I'm not quite sure why it's not popping up for players that they can't see the disabled passives and able to enable them from the top right. You can actually enable it in the character sheet by going to Effects tab, and you can actually do it there. So if that's too complicated to do that, you can just say that you want it on, and then I can do it because I see it, so I can toggle it on.
Okay, would it be possible maybe like change it to the active category? Would that help, or that's
no, don't. Yeah. Just you can tell me if you want it on or not, and then I can do it. Right now, currently it's on.
Okay, yeah, just can we just leave it on, and then I'll just do the math and then I'll just say for whether or not before an attack, and
That's
if
fine.
I don't use
Yeah.
it, I'll just
Yeah, if you want to do it that way too, whatever's convenient for you.
Enter then.
Okay, Regmore. You're waltzing up to the front door.
Continuing on up to the front door. Going to knock.
Oh, shouldn't have left Regmore unattended. Regmore walks up to the front door and begins to knock on it. Large bang sound erupting.
And ending turn.
Ending turn. Okay. Dirty Joe's up next.
And I believe the little pointy blue symbols mean it's targeted in this version.
Yeah, the signals around it. Go ahead and hold down Alt for the advantage for the surprise and unleash the arrow. Pew.
That'll do.
All right, so 29 as you see the old lady move quick, kind of turns very suddenly, and the arrow swungs into the side of the shoulder. Takes approximately 14 points of piercing damage, and then go ahead and use your spell to kind of fling it on for the saving throw. Just keep track of your spell slots.
So do you have to do it after in this one?
We've always had to do it after. It's just kind of the way that the prompts for the saving throw. Technically, you're kind of doing it at the same time as you would. You're kind of like pulling the arrow back and enchanting it, and then you're unleashing it. But because we need the saving throw, we do the saving throw afterwards instead of before. So
was I doing it wrong this whole time and you never told me?
It's not wrong. It's just the way the automation it's easiest for us. So whatever works for you. I always take.
Or was it because I did it? I clicked on it before we rolled initiative this time. Because it used to be you'd click the ensnaring strike, I'd do my attack, and then it would automatically apply it.
That wasn't happening. I was manually doing everything, so I think maybe that's what was happening, Megan.
Oh, so you just let me believe I was doing it right the whole.
Yeah, okay. Why not? It works, right? I mean, why are we having a problem? I don't know why it's
more difficult.
Movie magic.
It's not hard to do. I'm flying on here. Just
Dude,
use the
Battery's
damn.
awesome. It just says all these things without anybody having to do anything.
It's the damn thing.
Just Michael like clicking his keyboard at the speed of light in the background. Just like
Okay,
it's like,
so
damn, why does he do this wrong every time?
So your ensnaring strike comes off. Like I said, we just need the strength saving throw with a DC of 13. This old lady, 16. As these sneers come sprouting outwards, they rip outwards of it. What is happening? Ah! Begins to shrill and cry and scream outwards.
Second attack.
Okay,
You
this one
ain't
does
fooling
not
me,
have
you old
advantage.
nasty bat.
So no longer surprised here. So just a standard flat roll. Fire off another arrow. A 16, as you see, grabs the arrow as it was coming towards, and then throws it down towards the ground. No more, please, no more.
Well, you can make it easy on yourself. Just lie, curl up into a ball there, and don't move.
You say
How
that
about
out loud?
that? Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else on your turn?
Oh, that was action, bonus action.
Yeah, we had
just gonna,
action, we had bonus,
stare
you
her
have movement.
down. Well, no, I'm staring her down. I issued my threat, staring her down.
Okay.
And
All
turn.
right. End turn. Okay.
Oh, there's a button for it now.
Always has been, Mikey. I usher you like a newborn baby, Mikey. I usher you, and now we're reaching the foundry level. All right, Felix, you're up next.
Are we attacking old people now? Okay. Gonna just hold my action to cast that Eldritch Blast. If anybody, no, fuck that. Is this window open?
It opens from the other side. You can't reach it. It does appear now that you're kind of up to it and seeing that the arrow flies. You're kind of looking at a mechanism. Again, there's a little latch at the other side that can undo it like a window pan, and there does appear to be a little bit of a lock mechanism, almost like a deadbolt.
Never mind all that. I'm just gonna come over here and open this. Oh God!
Door's locked as you try it.
Yep. I'm gonna come back here, cast Mage Hand on the other side of the window.
Okay. What are you attempting to do with the Mage Hand?
Unlock the window.
Okay. So you cast your spell, and as you do, you begin to move the Mage Hand to the other side of the window. You undo the deadbolt. And then as you go to open the window, which I assume you're doing right now, grab from the Mage Hand side, kind of pushing the window out towards you. A glyph begins to trace upon the glass that was invisible to the eye. As the glyph erupts, the glass shatters towards you in a large force. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
No problem. Hold my beer.
Okay, 20, fantastic. You're able to save. You kind of duck down at the last moment as the shards of glass shoot outwards, as well as the force of some blast. You're able to half a total of 25 total points of damage, taking 12 as we round down. As it erupts words, it didn't make a kind of a swooshing noise as the glyph kind of erupted from the window. And then you can see little tiny glyphs emanating from all the other windows as well, almost like they're coming in a unison-like fashion as this light forms. It definitely seems like some sort of abjuration magic, but it's written in a very primordial-like language way. As that happens, you can hear movement and shifting things inside of the actual cottage, but you cannot see them.
Okay. The windows are trapped. Door's probably trapped too. I'll just move back here. Oops, sorry. Hiccup. I don't see anybody else in my range. And my turn.
Okay. Ending turn. We now come to the old lady hit by the arrow. Please, no more. This is a humble old lady, please. Just the door locks it. Sisters, where are you? Who's at the window? Who's at the door? I'll get it. Don't worry. Seems as though they might not have heard the glass shatter, or perhaps they're maybe playing towards the trope. It's unclear. And they begin to take a dash after locking the door, and they come to the front door. They unlock it and open it. Oh, hello! How are you? Oh, you the one who knocked on the back door? They end their turn. on the top of round 2. Athala, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna move to the side. Is this a window right here? Slit.
That's correct. And you see one of
Okay.
the creatures looking out the window right now.
Yep. And no one's looking at me right now. So yep, I'm just gonna do it. I'm going to cast Vortex Warp on it.
Okay.
And I'm going to bring it sorry, in front of Thea.
Will I be able to see it?
No, but I'm gonna call it out for you.
Okay.
That Zog is having a hard time playing. It crashed out. Let's see if it keeps going. Alright, so you're using a Vortex Warp to place the creature in front of Thea. You can kind of... I'm not sure how you see Thea. I'm probably going to say you don't see Thea based on the stealth check that they had and your passive perception. But you kind of be like, I'm going to put it outside the window, right? Kind of being
I
like,
mean,
want
if
it
that's the
outside
case,
of
if I
you.
don't see it, then I'm gonna put it right in front of Joe. I don't.
Yeah,
I
'cause
don't
you see
want to get
Joe.
away.
You see Joe
I'll
kind of
put-
in the bushes, the kind of the shrubbery there, and they just fired off, looking towards the door.
So yeah, I'm gonna put it right in front of Joe.
Okay, put it right in front of
And
Joe.
as I'm casting it, I'm like incoming, and so he's prepared. And
Okay. So as you're casting, you're throwing outwards, you can see that your Vortex Warp has no effect. The creature is going to succeed on the saving throw and stares in the direction of where the casting might have happened, just kind of looking into the darkness. I can see that one does not like to play, so I'm going to try to...
all right, and with that, I'm just gonna keep moving, shimmying behind, end of turn.
Okay, ending turn. Thea, you're up next.
I still have like nothing to go on because I can't see anything. Yeah, I think I just have to hold and do exactly what I did before because I can't see anything. So until I see something or if something attacks one of my friends. Yeah.
Okay, just holding until you see something or you can attack something, and just holding your
Yeah.
action to do so, okay? Alright, we're
And
going to
then
end your turn
in-
there. Okay. Regmore, before you have a chance to respond to the request from the old lady up here, something is thrown at you. Almost like these words and kind of a sweet smell begins to pour outwards in the direction of you. Right. Going with the wisdom saving throw here. Looks like a 22 is what I have. It seems to kind of shake that off. Stare at the old lady who continues to look at you very peacefully. Since you're up next.
I have a question for charge abilities. Does it need to be like a perfect line, or is it just the most straight path towards the target?
So the first thing I'm going to say is that this cottage is elevated on stilts. It is 4 feet up. In addition, that old lady is inside of a building currently. So you are going to try to charge at a building. And it's not going to work. In fact, you probably can't fit a horse there either.
He didn't ask if he could fit. He asked, could he charge through the building?
You know what? You can. Charge the building, Costas. Let's see what happens.
He asked how large. He cast horse.
You know what? How high is the roof on the building? Quickly, that's probably something easy.
The roof of the building? The roof
Yeah,
of the
how high is
building... Yeah, so the roof of the building is roughly 13 feet tall. It's straw and wooden thatch.
Yeah, we're
The
fine
door,
then.
though,
Yeah,
is
I
not that high. The door is only like 8 feet, a little bit less than that, forming a
How
semi-arch.
tall's a
It's like
horse?
it's a double wooden door that kind of opens up. How tall is a horse?
Yeah,
How tall do you think the horse is?
6'3".
Really?
Oh no.
I know,
Costas,
it's a
have you ever
big
rode a horse
it's
before?
small horse. I did, but it was like a kind of younger horse, so I don't know how big like the full-grown ones are. And I was also smaller, so I have worse scale.
Yeah. Okay. I got
Like
you.
how tall is a horse?
A lot taller than that.
Okay. Okay. Does the horse need to be in the doorway to attack him? Yeah. Can I charge up to the door, then kick my hooves through the door? That's.
Can horses go upstairs? Can horses go downstairs? Can horses fight on tiny porches that wrap around buildings? I'm going to intervene here and say, Costas, you fought on a horse. You know how it goes in mounted combat. And this situation does not call for mounted combat. Unless the creatures go outside of the cottage and you need to chase them down, it's a good point to leave the horse tied up where Priest Dumbly is next to this tree, something you can retrieve close by, and going at the enemy if indeed something is happening. You do know something's happening. A trap has been erupted. You heard Felix kind of yell outwards, and so you immediately are to respond. You know something's amiss, and it's up to you to say, do I go in guns blazing, or do I backtrack and go towards where the trap just erupted outwards? But I'm telling you right now, mounted combat, based on what you're seeing here of that old lady inside the building, and if that's the enemy, it's not effective.
Okay, then I am just going to ride my horse up to the stairs, dismount, then just telepathically tell it to kind of just don't let anyone escape. That's what I'm gonna say. Just telepathically tell the horse don't let anyone escape.
Okay. Okay. Shakes the head.
Gonna ride up here, dismount, and just don't escape.
All right, take half your move speed to dismount.
So that will be 15 feet. Okay. Then is the lady in front of us clearly been injured, like from an attack or something, or is it completely unnoticeable?
You can see that there is kind of blood ringing from some sort of wound in the shoulder from an arrow, and they're kind of looking towards you as you stride up.
Lucas, I'm gonna limit you to 3 questions a turn, okay, bud?
Hello? Who are you?
Have you seen any hags here that I'm gonna hold an action to attack if they do anything hostile?
Okay. All right, we're gonna end your turn, holding, and you see Priest Dumbly.
Costas, what do you call it? Costas. Damn, what do I do? Felix, what's happening? What's going on? Don't say shit.
Ragball, you're up.
Oh, hello. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. We're actually looking for a kid that went missing. And that's it.
Okay, ending turn. All right, Dirty Joe, you're up next.
So did I see all that stuff with the windows lighting up with runes and whatnot?
You can, yeah. You can visibly see the kind of one after the other.
But I don't know what happened to trigger that.
You only heard the sound of glass and a large noise coming from the east side of the building, but you did not have line of sight of that.
You would have heard me shout that they were trapped.
Yeah,
The doors
and
are
Felix,
likely
yeah,
trapped,
Felix,
too.
yeah, Felix literally yelled out that the windows were trapped.
Okay, I'm gonna go up and see if I can get that door open.
Okay. Go up, climbing onto the porch, right, or the balcony, right, get up on there, towards the door.
Trying to think of what could I use in my inventory as a battering ram. I'm trying to force the door open.
Okay. Go
Plus
try to
two
force the
attack,
door
if I
open. Okay, make a flat strength check. Assuming you're trying to kick it down.
Kick it or use the butt of my sword. I don't know, whatever. Why does strength not show up? Unless I just don't know how to read. Where's the other menu? I swear I am the worst at this.
So if you are using the Argon Combat Hut, you should see strength as the very top of that bar, so that when you click that, it's going to drop up, and then you should be able to see strength at the very top.
There it is. I was looking at the skills, not the abilities.
And you see 2 different
There's
columns.
a problem.
22. So you go in, you break the door down. This very old weather door, you break it down.
So I think that was about 30 feet.
Upon
And
walking
I
in,
can't see anything else. Yeah, I'm walking in. Joe's out for blood at this point.
you're hit by the sweet smell of some kind of charm in the eminence of you. Throws you for a save. Succeeding with a 19. So you're shaking it off, looking around. We're going to go ahead and end your turn there, as your action was taken to break it down, and the rest of your movement was spent going inside of the cottage. Felix, you're up next.
Okay, I have 7 questions to start.
Okay.
Wasn't that bad.
All right, well, here we go. I'm gonna try to walk through that window that I opened.
Oh, you want to walk through? Okay, let me move your token then, because it's kind of in between spaces. So here you go.
Cool. Oh, hey, Joe. Sorry. Before I would have done that, I would have turned to the priest, Dumbly Goldbelly, and said, "Try to keep the ones out front alive. I'll take the ones in the back."
Okay.
I just see Dro, so I would have actually stepped through here. I think I'll have 15 feet left, and just start moving this way. Don't see anything. Don't like that. Gonna use my Fey Touched Misty Step.
Whoa.
Ooh.
What is
What was
happening
that
here?
there? And teleport there.
Is this it's a template, right? That's cool looking. Okay. Teleport there. Okay.
I'm able to teleport there.
Yeah. Teleport there.
Cool. Gonna start walking, or action dash.
Okay.
Here. I see this door.
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to open it.
Okay. Turn. Swings open. Inside, you see a bedchamber.
No signs of a small child.
Nothing that your eyes can see or hear.
Alright. I'll be do it.
Okay. Ending your turn. Now come. Like, turns briefly around, hearing the scuttle steps, the casting of a component step. I don't want to be robbed. Please don't rob me. I'm just an old lady. Don't hurt me, please. Your friends shot a bolt at me, and now there's someone in here. Tell your friends to please leave. I mean no trouble. You take whatever you want. Please don't hurt me, please. It's crying, shrieking. Felix, directly in front of you. As you're bracing, the lightning bolt shoots out at your direction.
Counter spell. I still have sight of her, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, counter spell.
Okay. So, seeing the visceral static discharge of electricity in your path, your mouth escape. What is going on? No, you don't have it prepared. It's not prepared. It's not prepared.
Why? Wait, why is it not showing up on my HUD?
It's a reaction.
It's weird.
Oh, that's why it's in a
It's a-
different.
It's a
in
reaction
different
spell.
column.
It's in a different
different
category.
column.
It's
different
there,
column.
right?
It's there. It's there.
I'm pretty sure your
It's-
character says
It scared me.
Have it.
It scared me. I have
Okay.
it. I have it.
Okay.
I'm doing it. Sorry. I'm scared.
All right. So you can see the stack electricity building up, kind of almost like coming outwards, and then all of a sudden there's this visage, this euphoria effect comes through the window, and all of a sudden that lightning kind of pulls back too. The creature is no longer invisible after casting this spell. You can see that there is a change in its demeanor as it looks outwards that the spell is not, and it begins to vocalize outwards.
This magic!
Begins shrill to large talons and things, and then just immediately begins to run for you with these large hulking arms, shrill crooked nose, and it's a
I
kind
have
of
a
just
question.
barrel up and grab you. That's going to trigger your held there because you can see it.
Yeah.
And there was some hostility, so you can fire off. You want? I'm going to move it back so you can
So-
target it.
Okay. Target and short.
You hold
bow.
down Alt for advantage because it didn't see you.
Okay.
Your surprise is still in effect.
It says I'm out of ammunition.
Are you out of arrows?
I don't know. I thought I was refilling them, but I guess I wasn't.
You are zeroed out on arrows currently. We can retcon that you picked up arrows before, Baron. That's fine. If you want to.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, how many arrows?
I can only shoot once, so do 10 arrows that I bought.
Just 10 arrows? Not even a full quiver of 20?
I don't use it that often.
Yeah, 10 arrows it is. Call it there. Sounds good. We'll come to the currency later. 10 arrows in your quiver.
Okay.
A part burst into existence. Just kidding. I'm assuming if you knew that you were out of arrows, you would have bought arrows at Fort Fair.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm with you. Don't worry. I'm with you. 27 of the short bow as you land, it cries. As it does, it shatters through the glass and then strikes into the back of the creature. Now, it seems, though, that this creature didn't take a full lot of damage from this bow and this arrow that you had. In fact, only took 3 out of the 7. It thunks into the back right.
What about my sneak attack?
Yeah. You had advantage.
I don't know how to,
And you're unseen.
I don't know how to do that. Is that feature?
Let me see how it is in your features. It should be listed when I put it on as a special, so it should be as a free action. Or 1 special. Yeah, use feature free.
Ah, got it. Okay, sneak attack.
Flinging out the sneak. 5 points of sneak attack damage dealt.
All right, and now that that has happened, I'm gonna wait till my turn to do any movement, obviously.
All right, so the creature continue. Right, it's going to advance up to you, Felix, and it's going to end its turn there. Now going to end and succumb. Dirty Joe. Chair just in front of you kind of moves very briefly. It seems rather strange to you. You hear the sounds of muddled footsteps as something is moving slightly away from you. You then begin to feel this euphoric paralyzation try to take hold of you. As you fail with an 8.
I'm gonna use a lucky for that.
Okay, go ahead and make another wisdom saving throw.
Wait, where are my traits in this HUD? Might as well learn it now.
Use feature, I think.
Ah, there it is. Usability. Is wisdom up at the top? Yep, there
Yeah,
it is.
so you'll see
Okay.
the save. Roll.
10?
10.
Nope, I'm using another one.
Okay.
You are kidding me.
It's destiny. You gotta take the paralysis.
Nope. No, it's even in character. It's like Joe's
Last
burning
lucky
through
point
all his
used?
luck right now. I'm using all of it right now. I do not want to
Okay.
be enthralled to these things.
All right.
Because I do
Use
not
the
like them.
last lucky point.
Oh my gosh.
The luck of the buck, the curse of the Buckwilders.
All
has
luck
come back
points
around.
spent. You are held, paralyzed. A slight little cackle emanates out in front of you. That is going to end the visibility.
Oh, hello,
And
ugly.
just moves slightly towards you. Moves and shuts. Picks up the door. Not like it's shut or anything, just enough to block line of sight. And then turns and looks at you with a long tongue outstretched.
You'll taste nicely in my stew, you will.
You loud have tried to get me before.
Hop around 3.
You
to
won't
follow next.
succeed this time.
Run up to the door. Looking through the window, I see Costas and Reg. I'm gonna yell out to Costas. 15 feet in front of you, behind her, there's another hag. And then I'm gonna cast Ray of Frost on the invisible one.
Okay. So as you vocalize out, you can see the sea invisibility is turning towards you. You throw off a ray of frost as you begin to sling it with that kind of. I'm not going to take it at disadvantage based on the creature. You can see it. That's going to kind of throw it off. So we'll take your first roll there, which is a 12. 12, 5, 17, 3. So fantastic roll. 6 points of cold damage is dealt.
I'm not gonna waste it. Then I'm just I'm gonna hold it here. I'll stay here. End the turn.
Okay. Like that. And you're going to stick there, ending turn. Via you're up next.
Okay. I saw Joe go in. I saw the door shove itself back.
You saw like an arm of something pick up the door. One arm picked up the door and put it in place. Just so you understand the strength of the creature.
Yeah. And now Othala is standing in the way. Okay. How stupid am I about to be? Okay. Can I... I'm wondering if this is feasible.
Just lay it
Can
on me.
I run up to the window using my movement? With my action, throw myself through the window and like break it.
Well, that window, because of the ray of frost going through it, is already broken.
Okay, cool. Can I use my bonus action dash then to get inside?
Yeah, good. I mean,
Okay. And then see what I see once I'm in there?
Sure. You did hear Felix call out the windows are trapped. Cannot tell you if that means the window's broken, if it's still trapped or not. But you do have that information.
Yeah, no, I'm this person. You're about to witness real Thea right now. So
Okay.
all right. So yeah, I'm running in. So action movement to get in and then throw myself through the window. Why did it say there's tokens blocking me?
Yeah, it's a weird window, right? Because you have a couple different spaces there, so it's kind of in between. So as you come up to the window and you begin to throw yourself through, you kind of dive up the porch, right? And then you kind of have to wrap yourself around the porch, and then you have to run, and then you have to like dive and then roll through the window. You go at the window, and then you strike into the glyph as it erupts, shoots outwards in direction with the large force. And you need to make dexterity saving throw.
Dex save.
With a 13, that is going to be a failure to the saving throw. Take approximately 13 points of force damage and are blown back a little bit from that. Not stopping you completely, but you essentially kind of got up and then you went through and then you hit into the glyph. It shot you backwards with the force, kind of crashed a little bit into the sidewall right next to you, scraping into the rock, and you're still upright.
Okay.
So you can still go
Can I
for...
try to? Yeah. I'm gonna do it again. I'm trying to get in.
Okay. There you go. You then pick yourself back up, shake, then dive in, go in for a roll. You pop back up. You're inside.
And I think I still have a tiny bit of movement.
You do. There is some elevation here between the porch and the balcony. You should have, I think, with your bonus, you should have like 10 feet.
Yeah. Okay. I'm moving this way because I saw the thing put the door back up. So.
See it kind of turn
Yeah.
as soon as you step in, look towards you.
And I'm going to short sword attack.
Okay. All right, 20 is going to strike into the creatures. You jab directly into the bottom right side of its gut, slicing the blade. It does take 8 points of piercing damage from your short sword. Prompts it for concentration. It is successful. Unfortunately, you cannot get the sneak off, even though because Dirty Joe is paralyzed, and Othala is not technically on the frame of field based on line of sight.
Okay. Yep. I'm gonna end my turn here.
All right. Ending turn.
One of the few joys of being a DM is when you can tell the rogue that they can't get sneak attack. This is the time you can't get it, man.
Just need the juice. What's happening?
It's fine.
So, Othala, you see this one, and it sees you. It stares into your direction. Breathes very intently, as you can see, and then turns the direction of the two directly in front. Then begins to walk very briefly, 5 feet or so. Looks at your friends. And it points in the direction of Sweet Regmore. And it throws out a fog cloud. Begins to erupt out in space, filling the void in concealment. A blast goes inside. Then begins to shift its movement. Continues to kind of waddle itself, basically getting outside of the frame, line of sight, very briefly. That is going to end its invisibility. Now it becomes invisible to those inside. The bottom, back right. Ending its turn. Costas, you're up next.
Dawnfather, forgive me. Then Costas is going to run this way. I saw... Okay, no, I see Dirty Joe. Okay. Like, do I see that? Like Joe? Or...
Do you see Dirty Joe?
Yes.
Well, technically you're in a fog cloud, so no, you can't see outside of the fog cloud.
Okay, then I charge out of the fog cloud. That makes sense. That's what I do.
Okay.
Now do I see Dirty Joe?
Yeah.
Okay then. Just want to check. Can I attack from like here, like this diagonal, like because that's like a corner of a wall. So I'm not sure if that's a.
So that attackable space, depending on what weapon you're using, if you had a polearm, you might be able to reach around that, but you cannot actually attack with your sword in the diagonal angle because of the way the wall pitches through, and the fact that you have a party member to your right.
Then I am just going to run here and pick a fight with this hack. This is without Great Weapon Master.
Okay.
So that'd be an 18.
An 18, that's going to strike. Do a total of 11 points of damage.
Yeah, same with this next attack.
Yeah. That's going to be a 16. 16 does not land. dodges out of the way of your blades. You swing through.
Okay, that's just gonna be end turn then.
Okay, ending turn. Stumbling Goldbelly charges up down the porch.
What's happening? Oh, you can't see anything.
Stares through the window.
What the hell? It's a trap. God damn it.
Dives into the fog, disappears on one side, tracing themselves, bumps into you, Regmore.
Oh, apologies. Oh, where are we? What's happening?
Regmore's up next.
Ragnor's going to shout out to the old lady and everyone else inside the house. Can we all just stand down and not kill each other right now? And ending his turn, because aside from the fog cloud, they haven't tried to kill him yet, and
Okay, ending turn. Dirty Joe, nothing you can do. I need you to repeat your wisdom saving throw at the end of your turn. All right, 15. Getting the, or looks like Aura of Protection bonus. What? Why is that going that far? 15 feet away? It's only 10 feet, right? Okay.
It's
You
only
won't be.
10.
Yeah, so
Here's
it's
I don't know why it's-
some reason it's giving to you. It's based on build a bonus. So I was curious if I moved away from active auras. It looks like it's going way too far. So we can't count the +3 to that. So we're gonna have a 12 is your roll here, and that is going to be a failure. So you're unable. You're still held. You can end your turn. We can now come to Felix.
Am I able to determine how wounded this creature is in front of me?
Repeat that again for me.
Am I able to determine how wounded this creature is in front of me?
You can see that it took an arrow through the window, right, and can come into the back. It didn't land with that large of a thunk, suggesting there's kind of a hunch and protective barrier from the flesh of this creature. It could be naturally protected. It is maybe a scratch to it.
All right, thank you. Hey, I will cast a booming blade.
Okay.
And attack her with my rapier. Attack her with my rapier. Attack her with my rapier. No, okay. Let's do it immediately.
Brad lagging out a little bit here. So 13 with the rapiers you swing around and chanting the booming blade. Looks like the macro probably isn't working with the new version modules. You come around, get her, see if we can fix that. So he's coming around with the 13. It's not going to land. So as you swing kind of with a kind of a swing and then a pierce at the same time upwards, kind of pulls itself back, showcasing some speed.
Okay. I'm gonna shut the door and just back up from her.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. Here, I think I can just see Joe. And I will, come on, Joe, step out of it. And Bardic Inspiration.
Okay. Throwing on the D8 for inspiration. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that the proper one under place it's in ovaries. Okay. D8 is applied.
That's it.
Okay. We're going to end your turn, and we now come to the old lady inside of the fog cloud.
Oh, please. Please, I'm just an innocent old lady. I'm just so innocent, please.
Begins to kind of cry outwards, pleading their innocence here. And as that happens, the voice becomes further and further away. And they seem in the fog cloud, begin to see the chanting of electrical.
I'm innocent, please. I'm so innocent.
And then eventually that static electricity pierces through the fog cloud directly towards the entrance. The cackling, shrieking, just lightning emanating out from the bolt as it strikes through the main entrance at both Freestone Lane. Right.
And I can't see this, right?
You
That's
can't
correct.
because they're in concealment. That's right. So, Regmore, you're doing your best to react. Unfortunately, the 6 is going to be a fail. In addition, Priestone Goldbelly is going to fail as well. Regmore, you take 32 points of lightning damage. Priestone Goldbelly takes 32 points of lightning damage as well. This is sustaining for people. What? Oh, poor me! Pathetic! And it kind of showcases the talent that they were attempting to orchestrate, which honestly was just really bad theater. You gotta be real with you.
Everyone's a
Enter,
critic.
Opens door. This one begins to come outwards. Oh, where did you go? Well, me? And begins to cast another lightning bolt. That emanates outwards, cackling and just laughing amongst themselves as they begin to shoot it outwards. Unfortunately for them, they actually didn't see that one of their sisters was in the path of that lightning bolt, as it does, as it begins to come through. Now, Dirty Joe, you automatically fail the saving throw, so there's no reason to use the Bargain Inspiration die. So I'm gonna exit out of that the window because it prompted me. It prompts me now for some reason based on the MIDI stuff. Not a big deal, just no reason to roll it there. As that happens, you can see that the one next to you is electrocuted by the lightning bolts, taking damage from their sister. Dirty Joe, you take 29 total points of lightning. Felix, looks like we have you at a 14, which actually is going to be a success, so you only take 14 points of lightning. And then Thea, we have you at a 17, and that is going to be success, 14 points of lightning. As it shoots outwards, pulled back. What's that?
Can I uncanny dodge that?
You can.
Okay.
I'll put 7 back to you.
I have something about Thea's save. I think she still saves, but it applied my aura protection twice. I think
On the roll?
Yeah, it applied it twice.
Interesting. Let's see. It did apply it twice. What is happening with the build bonus here? Yeah, even with a -3, you're still gonna succeed. It's like so many modifiers here. This roll. What was your roll? That's so interesting.
You rolled a 3.
You rolled a 3?
Yeah, and it was like +5, +2, +3.
11 plus 3, 14. So you're at a 14.
Yeah.
Okay, with the aura protection. Okay, you're still gonna succeed. Interesting. Okay, I'm looking through the card because I don't get anything from your rolls now from MIDI. It tries to shorten that up. So it's build a bonus. Fail. I gotta go back to A. Okay, cool. That's not worries. All right. So as the lightning bolt streaks outwards, you both are able to save. And so Joe, you're not able to, but the other creature, the hag right next to you, is not able to either. Kind of electrocuted, and then you can hear the screams and cries of that one has just been freshly electrocuted. What are you doing? God, what are you fucking doing? And then begin to argue with each other in the actual midst of that combat here. And that one, okay, kind of they get angry at each other, and then immediately turns towards Thea here. And upon that, you can see that it opens out its mouth and attempts to bite you. Looks like I targeted, unfortunately, Dirty Joe. My bad here, but the 11 with the advantage, even if it didn't have it, it's still going to be an 11. That is going to be a failure to bite at you, Thea. So as you kind of opens up its mouth, it kind of goes to lunge at you, and you're able to kind of get away from that as the lunge kind of came through. It then is going to continue its multi-attack and go in for claw strikes. So then it's going to go in for 2 claw strikes at you. So the first one's going to coming through. It's going to whips. 23 is going to strike and hit you. 16 points of slashing damage as it comes across your chest, and then goes in for the last attack here, coming up, down, 24, as it slashes down across your face and into your central chest. 17.
I will
total
reaction
points.
take that 24.
Okay, you're gonna reaction to take 17 points of damage.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put 17 back to there, and then I'll put minus 17 to you. And yeah, you still have your reaction available. Okay. Now, as that kind of came through, it kind of cackles to itself. It's kind of almost joyous of what it's done to you for ending turn. With all at top of round 4.
How much is it gonna get me to in the window? Just 10 feet?
Yeah, you're at the same level of the window, so it's basically just like hopping through it. I'm gonna move you through. These ones are difficult to get through. Gotcha.
Okay, see this one, see this one. If I didn't see the lightning being cast, but I seen it be cast from the fog, right?
Yeah, you saw static electricity building up. You're not sure where the creature is, though.
All right, so I'm just gonna do this then. I'm gonna take a guess, and since it's a 40-foot cube, which I don't think I could. Yeah, I think I could get it.
40-foot cube.
Yeah,
That's big.
slow. I don't think I could get the one in the corner, but I could get all of these here. But I would move up first.
Okay, so that's where you're gonna throw it down.
Correct on this, so it targets only the hag. So
Yeah.
I know one is in the fog, so I'm just gonna put it that one's in the fog. So try to target a hag in the fog, and as well as the other ones I can see.
I'm being prompted for a saving throw. Do I
Yeah,
take
you're
it?
not targeting us, right?
Yeah, it's gonna blind make you do it. So just exit out. Don't roll your bark inspiration.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just gonna
those
it's gonna-
creatures of its choice.
It's gonna try to select it all. You're gonna see it pop up. I can disable it. So.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna come in, cast slow, and just try to stay in between Costas and Dia.
Okay, so you are managed to get it on to one of them, and then the one on the back side. So you're targeting 3.
Correct.
So that's within the cube.
If one fails, is it the one in the fog?
Correct.
Yep, I can't do nothing about it. I have to see the target. All right.
That was the one that succeeded. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna momentary stasis. I mean, try to chrono shift it. But all right. But yeah, that's the end of turn.
I got you. Okay. So this affects your creature as half, so their speed is half, takes a -2 penalty to AC, dexterity saving throws, can't use reactions, it has to choose an action, or a bonus action, not both. It can't make more than one melee at range attack during its turn. So that, in a way, you go to the multi-attack, right? With what you've just seen from the creature, you can only do one of the 3. In the multi-attack, in addition, when it casts a spell, it has to be something with a casting time of 1 action. It has to roll d20, right? So there's certain effects here that are going to impact the creatures as it emanates outwards. Regmore, is your WebGL better?
Yeah, I had to close my whole Chrome and load it back up.
The fog cloud?
Yeah, for whatever reason, it just broke WebGL for some
Okay.
reason. And
I'm sorry. I can remove it if you want.
No, it's fine now.
Okay.
And I don't know if we discussed this or I keep forgetting. Is calling out heavy a bonus action or an action? To just
Well,
summon
to
him.
call, yeah. So to summon heavy, in terms of the find familiar spell, I want to say, didn't you say you had it out? Like you're pulling-
So once the ritual is completed, it's just a bonus action to recall them if you've done the ritual and have summoned them once.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's a bonus action, but I was trying to think of like, I wonder if you.
I don't know if I
Have you summoned him since the last time he was destroyed?
Yeah. I had summoned him when we were back in Blacksmith and all that.
Yeah.
So So he summoned and disappeared. I don't know if we had him in the combat. I'm not too sure, but
No, I don't think you specified you had him out. I was trying to think about you resummoning. I think you did, like I said, I remember you talking about that in the blacksmith. I was just kind of going. So yeah, it's a bonus action to get it out.
okay. So yeah, I'm a bonus action. Have Heavy come out and appear on my shoulder.
Okay.
And I think that's all I could do right now.
All right. Pop out Heavy and then still land on your shoulder. Just move the token a little bit, throwing the beautiful word protection. Anyways, all right, let's do this. All right, we're gonna end your turn.
Yeah, EOT.
So, you have just been absolutely decimated by this hag in front of you. You see that it's now kind of moving slower than usual, kind of has this aura effect around it.
Yeah, 2 short sword attacks.
Okay. Going for 2 short sword attacks.
Ah.
All right, so the first strike is going to be a natural 1 as you come across. Unfortunately, that is not going to be successful as you come across for the first strike. You come upwards, it kind of moves and gets some of the robe and the tatterings, but you're unable to strike through.
Second one.
All right. You go in for the second one here. That's going to be a 26. That is going to hit. You are stabbing directly through its chest, and it does take 11 points of piercing damage.
And I
Succeeds
don't get
on the Constitution saving throw, and there's no one within 5 feet of the target that will allow you to do a sneak attack.
Okay. And I'm done.
Okay. We're going to end your turn. We now come to this creature here. As it kind of holds up its hands, and then is going to come in for a claw strike in the direction of you, Costa. So it's slowed, it's kind of coming across, and it's about all it can do is swing one of its claws at you. It's going to be a 19 as it breaks against your chest, deals 15 total points of slashing damage as it comes across your new armor, scratching the razor sharp claws as it comes through. As that happens, you can see that it kind of moves and pulls itself back a little bit, and that it's successfully ending its turn, but it's also like attempting to, do other things, right? So it's like the process of that slow. So it is going to end its turn, and at the end, it's going to make a wisdom saving throw. So before we get to you, I got to roll that real quick. And it's going to be a failure, so it's still slowed down. Costas, you're up next.
So I'm going to do a double attack, this time with Great Weapon Master.
Okay. Guy, swing away. 6. As you come through, you come too high, and then you chop into one of the wooden rafters of the ceiling. You pull the blade out.
Then the second one.
You go in for the second one, an 11, coming through a swing. You kind of come back around. You see the creature kind of ducks, even moving slow, anticipating the blow previously.
Then I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself. Or wait a minute, can I cast that actually?
It is a bonus action, yeah.
No, I'm wondering if I have if there's components that I can do. Oh,
Do you have Shield of Faith components?
I'm wondering is it are there is there a component limit? Which I'm checking right now. Does it require component set?
All bit of parchment with a bit of holy text written on it?
No, but can I use
Your holy
I'm
symbol
wondering-
would take place of it.
No, I don't mean in that way. I mean is a arm using component. I forgot what it's called, so that might need to do.
Oh, verbal somatic? There's no
Yeah, as it
rules. There's no rules in this game in terms of that. There's some games that have rules where they go, you're using two-handed swords, you can't use somatic components. I'm just anticipating that you're swinging, and then all of a sudden for your bonus, you're taking one hand off the weapon really quick.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then yeah, Shield of Faith then. First level.
Yeah, that's a homebrew rule that you might encounter. You also threw Shield of Faith on the creature. What were you targeting for? I'm just kidding. I'll put it.
Oh. Wait, you
worry.
can use that. Yeah, just
One
get-
1 second. Hold on. I got you. All right. Let's throw on Shield of Faith onto you, and then I'll put a concentration of onto you as well for that. Anything else in your turn?
That'll be it.
All right. Ends your turn. Now come to Priest Doubly Goldbelly. Why, you wretched creature! Priest Doubly Goldbelly does not have their weapon. Okay? They didn't actually grab their weapon or shield. They're just coming in, and immediately they go in for a tackle. They're going in for a shove attack in the direction of where the lightning is outwards. That is going to be a disadvantage for this check. Throwing it outwards. And then I'm going to have the creature roll a check here. Combat that. That's going to be regular, not a disadvantage there. Get some concealment. Priest Doubly Goldbelly with disadvantage gets an 8. The creature has a 7. Creature is knocked prone with the shove. Shake that, you wretched creature! And it's turn. Regmore, you're up next.
So much for talking. Moving up. Doing conjure animals. Upcasting it to 4th level. Now I can't see outside the cloud, can I?
Nope.
So adding 1 there, and 1 to the other side.
Whoa,
of me.
those are huge!
They're giant constrictor snakes.
Giant constrictor snakes in a little cottage?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Throwing out the constrictor snakes. They can't sit on top of each other, so we gotta move the tokens out a little bit. So I'm gonna move one there and to the side. Can't sit on top of each other. They huge can't occupy the medium-sized space, but they can't sit on top of each other. All right.
Yeah. And then I have to move down 1 because I am wild shaping into 1.
You're wild shaping into what?
Another constrictor snake.
Oh, you're gonna wild shape into a constrictor snake? There is not a room. It's a huge size token. It takes 3 by 3.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's a 3 by 3 token. It is a giant constrictor snake. It's a huge size creature.
Polar bear then.
Polar bear. There's no room in here, man. Priest Doubly's right next to you. Anyways, you can't see Priest Doubly. Why not? Just let's do it.
He's fine.
We're there, boy. We're there, ladies and gentlemen. We're there.
I'm just imagining Priest Doubly Goldbelly not knowing how this party works, just seeing like
This is our teamwork.
just like we all charged in, and then he's like fighting something in the fog, and like 3 creatures, all of them like at least double his size, just randomly appear.
This is why we leave Reg alone.
All right, Dirty Joe. Nothing you can do except for rolling a save at the end of your turn, and then I also need the giant constrictor snakes. Rigmore, I need you to roll their initiatives.
I can't see them anymore.
Yeah. I'll roll them then.
Bardic Inspiration.
14. Your wisdom saving throw is going to be successful. You are able to negate that paralysis effect. That's going to be the end of your turn, so unfortunately you can't do anything quite yet. Looks like I tried to put...
Thank you, Felix.
So,
the Bardic Inspiration did it. Yeah.
Nice.
The constrictor snakes are going to be at a 5 initiative, so they're going to be at the bottom of the board. Felix, you're next.
Alrighty. Gross. Bunch of snakes, gross. Okay. Gonna cast Bless at 3rd level on the 5 people that I can see.
Okay. There's so many effects in this tiny
Yeah,
little
I was
space.
about to
This is
say that.
absolutely crazy. We're having Bless thrown out as well. If your computers aren't dying yet, I don't know. This is nuts. There's Constrictor 6 in here. There's fog clouds happening.
Had to move to low.
Then I will bonus action. You can do it. Put your back into it, and Bardic Inspiration cost us. Okay. And I'll end my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the kind of decked out hag, the one that will leave you that erupted outwards. Previously, it's going to pick themselves up, hearing the slithering and the other things, is going to pick themselves up and kind of look in the direction of seeing the shadows of the bear. It's invisible. Ending turn. Constrictor snake up in front. This creature who's not slowed, one hag on the far left, is going to target one of the snakes. Begin to swing away. First with its bite. Natural 1. Unable to land. Just a bad miss. And then goes in for 2 claw strikes. First claw strike coming out. It's going to be a 25. She's able to connect into the giant constrictor snake, dealing 18 points of slashing damage. Then goes in for the second claw strike. That is going to be a 18, which is going to land on the giant constrictor snake. It deals 17 points of slashing damage. The snake gets ripped apart by the hag. Ends turn. Now come to the one that is slowed. This one, seizing the opportunity, there's a lot of things happening. Oh, sees that Dirty Joe is now moving. Is going to take the disengage. Oh, just very quickly depart. Picks up the door. Pushes it back. And then you hear the thunderous sounds of their footsteps. So, the action to disengage, they had movement. I think that's still in the bounds of slow, if I recall correctly.
They had half movement.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
half,
I think.
yeah, half movement, which I definitely did there. Did not able to get that far. Okay. There. Okay. Just making sure. And then enter. So they're there for the half movement. Okay. Now we come to the giant constrictor snake.
Did the one old lady hag that was prone inside the cloud or the fog cloud, did she move?
I can't tell you that.
The constrictor snakes have blind sense for 10 feet.
Okay, they have blind sense for 10 feet?
Yep.
Okay, then it moved outside of both of their threat range. So they're going to take attack opportunities?
Yeah, they would have gotten attacks.
Okay. You can go ahead and just target one of the hags on the far left. That's fine. You can target.
I can't.
You can't see.
I can't see any. No, because polar bear loses all its vision.
Oh, sweet. How about now?
I can see the polar bear, but
You can't see anything else in the room?
nope, everything's dark.
Well, ladies and gentlemen.
The wild shade probably doesn't have its vision set up for V10.
Yep. I'm going to assume. I'm going to try to change the token. How about now?
There we go. Oh my god, there's so much gloomy.
So much going on. target the hag on the left. Target the hag on the left and just take your attack opportunities. And we'll see what happens.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so that one is going to land. Then go in for the second attack opportunity.
Yep. They would have went for restrict if she was moving out of range.
Yeah, it's your call. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm?
They would have went for the restrict.
Okay.
Or first one tried to, and it's a
So the first one's going to be constrict, and the second one's going to be bite.
yeah. If they constrict DC 16 to beat the grapple.
So the constrict is an attack. It's separate than the
Yes.
bite.
It's separate. It's either or. or one attack or one bite, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta
separate
pick. You gotta
attack.
pick one of them. So which one? So you're doing a bite with one of the attack of opportunities, and you're doing constrict with the other one.
Yeah, I thought how the HUD thing, it has the constrict on it, but didn't roll it.
Yeah. So for the constrict. Okay. Now it's coming through. Okay. So the 15 constrict is not going to land. So the constrict isn't going to land, but the bite of one of them will. You're able to do 9 points of piercing damage. In addition, as far as the creatures are concerned, the creatures, so you can't meta this, but the creatures are able to know that the hag went left towards the bedchamber door. Disappeared through that door. Okay. I'm going to move you back in position of where your bear is currently.
Yep. And then this one, or the one on the left, is going to try to restrict the hag that slashed it.
Okay. Can you get vision now? Or is it still not giving it to you?
I had to move Reg back up.
That's fine. I'm going to try to configure the vision as well here. All right, 15 for the constrict coming outwards from the one, because we have 2 constricts coming out. So which targets are we having here? Both on the left? Both?
That one was for the one on the left, and I'm targeting the one on the right for the snake
other one. Okay. So both of those are not going to land. So 15 and 14 both will not land successfully on part of their constrict. So they're wrapping their legs around, trying to get in space. It's just they're just too large. Hitting into the rooftop, they're trying to get themselves and their bodies around the creatures, and they're unable.
The 15 was the reaction, or the attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it was a bite, a constrict, and then their 2 actions were 2 constricts, which would be
Okay. So we have the bite and constrict as the attack of opportunities, and then we have one of the constricts was 14, is going to miss, and then we have the second constrict, which is 16, that is going to miss.
Okay.
And that second one would have been against the one that was slowed, right?
One in front of Costas.
Right. That one has a lower AC. Does that?
Yeah,
still
that
not
one's
hit?
going to hit then. So it takes 15 points of bludgeoning damage, succeeding on Constitution saving throw. And then with the constrict attacks, the constrict, the target is immediately grappled. So the grapple ends, the creature is restrained, and the snake can't constrict another target.
Yep. And both end into the turns.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put the restrained condition on to the one on the right. And ending both of their turns. Coming around the horn. Thala, top of round 5.
Okay. Let me keep it simple. I'm just going to have Heavy go to Thea, give her a help action. And I'm going to tell her out the window. She's right in front of the door. And I'm going to target the far one over here. Got it.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast. I want to have fun with this. I'm going to cast Sickening Radiance.
Okay, throwing off a Sickening Radiance. Interesting. Okay.
Ooh. Concentration. No, I don't want to drop it from tags, so I'm just going to cast Mind Whip.
Throwing out a Mind Whip now. Okay, we're changing it up. We don't want to drop the concentrations of Tasha's Mind Whip.
Nope. I need that. I have a 3rd level spell slots. I am. So that's horrible. Yeah, no, I can't do none of that. I'm just gonna catapult. I have to change up my spells 3 times. Yeah, catapult. I'm just gonna use
All right.
a pot out of my mess kit.
All right, pot. There's plenty of pots around you too, and those other things. So, and you're flinging it at the one on the far left here. That is going to be a failure. It takes 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Seems to be able to resist some of that as it swings, because it is a physical item that you're throwing outwards, not spells. So it kind of throws the pot into it, throws the arms up.
Nice. And that'll be the end of my turn. I'll just stay here.
Okay.
Guarding her.
All right, so we're gonna end your turn. Next, we'll come to Thea.
All right. Othala told me exactly where the hag outside is, so I am gonna go right back through the window and attack her.
All right, I'm gonna move your token, and I'll put you there, or you can put yourself there or to the left, whichever one is fine.
This is a fine spot for me. And then 2 short sword attacks.
Okay.
And
going up
first
2
one
short
is
sword
at advantage, right?
Yep.
First one is at advantage.
Yeah, because Heavy's helping me.
Yeah, Heavy's on your shoulder. So Heavy's going to come with you outwards. You're able to fly through the window here. 26 is going to connect. That deals total 9 points of damage. Go ahead and attack on sneak attack. 15 sneak attack. Wow, nice. Okay, so 15 as you come through, you can just stab directly through. You imagine its heart area. Begins to cry outwards as you have the sword. Pull it back outward. Going for the second attack.
Second attack.
Okay. Coming for the second. 17 is going to land as well as you take the blade backwards. You begin to plunge it directly into its throat as it begins to gaggle on its blood. Falls off the banister, tumbling down into the grass. It's dead.
All right, and I used like 10 feet of movement. Can I hop back inside?
Yeah, I'll move you back.
So that's 15. Can I get up on the table?
Yeah. I don't see why not. It's
Yeah.
a dining table.
Yeah, okay, so it's 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay.
Yeah. And end my turn there.
All right, ending turn. We now come to one of the creatures that is slowed and restrained. It's in desperate straits here at the present moment. It seems to kind of be back. It then kind of raises out its hands and begins to try to throw off lightning, which will prompt me to roll a d20 because it's an action cast.
I'm going to counterspell that one using my 4th level spell slot.
All right, so you're going to expend your spell slot to counterspell. It is able to manifest it with a d20 roll, so you're going to have to use that spell slot. You can zing it outwards. It can't react potentially with its own counterspell. It's slowed. So it kind of fires it off, smashes into the counterspell as you emanate outwards a barrier. It pulls the lightning back into its hands, and then it begins to cry, "Oh, please don't hurt me! I didn't do anything!" Ah! It's turn. Constance, you're up next.
I'm going to move here in position for flanking. Make 2 attacks.
Cannot flank with the snake. First off, the second thing is it's restrained, so you have an advantage anyways.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Why can't I flank with a snake?
Because the snake is huge inside of a cottage.
Okay.
It's restrained though. It doesn't matter. Just swing at it.
So yeah, I will take my hit with Great Weapon Master since I have so many bonuses. No, don't need the Bardic Inspiration for that at all. Yeah.
All right, 23 is going to land. Let's see. That does 25 total points of slashing damage as you come across the center chest of the hag. Blood spurts across. Please! Mercy! Mercy!
How hurt do they look?
This is extremely hurt. Bleeding profusely.
Okay, I'm attacking again. I'm gonna try to make this non-lethal, but I'm also adding a smite.
Not possible. Not possible at all.
No.
Non-lethally smite him.
Lucas, did you like drink like some alcoholic beverage or something? We hit the moves here?
Why can't I? I'm a.
How does that make any sense? Where in your mind, Lucas, does that make any sense at all? I'm gonna channel my blade with radiant damage, and then I'm gonna just tickle just a little bit of the lip of the hag. A little bit of smack on the jaw to knock you out. Oh, no worries. It's just a searing radiant damage across your flesh. It's not like it's gonna do damage.
I've been psychically projecting my Johnny Black into his brain.
Johnny Black over to Lucas. No,
Fine. Okay.
Can't do that.
We're just gonna do the radiant. We're just gonna do the thing. I'm sorry. We won't have a chance to do this later. And just free feature for Divine Smite.
Okay. We are adding the Divine Smite, so a total of 35 total points of damage. So as you swing the Bane Ray through and coming into the into the head and then into the chest, cauterizing the wounds as you come through, screaming at you. You come through with the sword, mid-scream, and the body flumps down inside of the constricted of the snake as the snake now kind of moves and begins to kind of pull it into its mouth and gorge upon the hag's body. It's completely unfair. That response was so
terrible. Description of that.
I can move through the snakes, right? They're 2 sizes larger than me.
That's correct.
Can you stay in their squares or just move through them?
You can stay in the squares too.
Yeah, then I'm just gonna. Yeah, I am just going to move and chill out right in the middle of the snake then. Like over here.
Okay.
And end turn.
Alright, ending turn. Priest Dumbly Goldbelly. What in the 7 hells is happening in here? Oh my god! Whoa. Oh, there's one. Begins to charge up. You great job! Begins to invoke a banishment spell outwards in the direction of the creature out in front. As a reaction, the hag is actually going to attempt to counterspell, so I'm going to roll a check.
Nice.
The hag is going to be successful in the counterspell. Speech Stumbly comes up and attempt to banish. Counterspell erupts. You! Stumbly is going to end the turn. Quick, what are you up next?
Yay! Can I fit in the space behind the hag?
No. There are too many barrels and things. It's a 5-foot space really in between. Priest Dumbly is at that edge.
Imagine like 15 cubic feet of snake.
How does this work? I don't even know. Like my version is completely broken with how this works.
I don't think you can move through because you're a large creature.
You're large.
I don't think you can move through its space.
Yeah, I don't think you can. Yeah, I'm with David here. I don't think you can move through a constrictor space. Got a pigeon advantage.
Yeah, kind of. Moving back out to block the door then. And I lost the little action. There it goes. End of my turn.
Alright, Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay, so I can barely see that one across the room, which is still alive. I'm just gonna try to bring it down.
Okay.
Oh, and because I was doing it wrong this entire time, I assumed you hit Slayer's Prey and then attack and it retroactively added to that roll. I'm guessing that was incorrect this whole time?
You always do Slayer's Prey first.
Oh, so that was right.
That is correct. Let me see, before you use Slayer's Spray, I want to look at your future stat, because I think it changed. Okay, it should work. Go ahead and target, and then hit your Slayer's Spray. You had it correct. Not everything I did was coddling you. You're doing it on your own.
Apparently, you've been holding my hand the whole time. I didn't know.
Boundary is really
just
complicated.
said, hey, there's an end turn button right there. Push that one. Sorry, everybody.
You're not forgiven.
Fair enough.
We will bring this up at the end of the campaign. Just,
Okay.
hey, remember that time where you...
There it is.
All right, looks like it has activated, so that's good.
Now, if you
Fire away. All right, 29 is going to hit. You fire off. Looks like it's working. That is a total of 11 points of damage as your first arrow lands into the shoulder. Zzz.
Alright. And another attack.
For the second strike, 21 is going to land as well. And it ran. Only do Slayer's Prey once, so 13 points of damage. On the second arrow. Center chest.
And I'm just gonna move kind of around the corner here so I can see the rest of the room better. I guess that's that.
Okay.
And it's hidden behind. Man, that is annoying. Right behind that menu there.
All right, Felix, you're up next. I guess as good as mine is how much vision you actually have of the target.
Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay. Gonna move here ish. Bonus action. Did I use it already? Did I use mine? I did, son of a bitch. Hey, well, I can see her. So I'm just gonna cast a couple Eldritch Blasts in her direction.
Yeah. Before it is going to land, as you fire off a blast.
Oh, why did get rid of it?
It's happening. Multiple things are happening. It was weird. It gave me two reaction things. Okay, 27.
Well, it's two different attacks.
Yeah.
But it like deleted the first attack.
Like wrap the attack. I thought the first attack hit. I saw the roll come through.
They both hit. You want me to
Yeah.
reroll damage because I don't know what the first damage.
Yeah,
was.
I didn't see this. I didn't see the damage of the first one. So go ahead and roll a d10 for me. All right, 8 points of force damage. Okay.
Then I think I have a little bit more movement, so I'm just gonna step and try this door. Ooh,
It's a bathroom.
Gross.
Has it been cleaned?
And bonus action, vertically inspire. They
Okay.
I think there's still one more out there. Go get her. That's it.
Okay. Ending your turn there. We now come to shuffling movement inside. Priest Dumbly's able to hear as well as Costas a little bit for the bedchamber. You then hear a thudding sound. And then more movement. One marked by Slayer's Prey. Sees what's happening in front of them. Begin to gauge what they potentially can do here. And they begin to fire off a lightning bolt. Again. Is this one going to be counterspelled at all?
Yeah. It was going to be my last
reaction. Did
Is
you
it-
use your reaction, Aaron?
I did. Yeah. I did.
Can't counterspell this one.
We all got blessed. We're fine.
It's going to fire off in this line. So it's going to hit, kind of cleave the left side, which actually Priest Delmay is able to get out of the way of.
He's the only one who didn't get hit. Oh, I rolled a natural one. I'm gonna chrono shift that.
Let's get the rolls out here. I'm not going to expend Bardic Inspiration. Sometimes they don't want to roll anyways, so no worries there. I want to make sure I get all the rolls in succession.
I think the snakes, one of the snakes might get Bardic as well. I mean, not Bardic, or Protection.
Oh, I take full lightning damage. Oh, this is great.
It tickles. I took one to the face.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you gonna re-roll here?
I can't the reaction.
Yeah, that's right. Can't.
Are you just mocking him with questions you already know the answer to? Man, that sucks.
Sorry, it's late. You've been counting this up the wazoo, so I'm sorry. That's rude. That's rude of me. All right, 31 points.
You can't do anything. Suck it up, fella.
31 points of lightning damage to you all. This is a real natural one. Can't really get out of the way. That one. We have.
Oh, does it target me even though with a mirror image? All right. It does that doesn't work with AOE's.
It is an AOE. Yes, it's an AOE. You're able to succeed on the concentration of that, so you're able to maintain the slow spell that you have kind of concentrated.
Wait, I don't think anyone's targeted with slow anymore.
That's honestly, I think that's true. There's so much things happening. I don't think anybody has slow anymore. So I think that's real. So we'll come to that. We'll come to that here in just a second. So Costas, you're able to succeed. So you're able to take only 15 points of lightning damage. That's going to prompt you for concentration, which you're able to, I believe, succeed at there on your roll. Wow, it's really low, but you still succeeded. Okay, and then Thea, you took half, so 15 points of lightning damage.
I'd like to uncanny dodge that also.
Okay. I have been reminded, because it is late, it is it is not for spells.
Oh, okay.
It is an attack only. So
all right.
Not a spell. I've been reminded of this.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, I cannot uncanny dodge there, as I forgot. My apologies. All right. So, one of the snakes is going to take 31 points of damage, and then the other one is going to succeed because it was in range of the actual aura. So, it takes only 15 points of lightning damage and is still alive. This creature then is going to end their turn, and we now come to the snakes.
The closest one's going to attempt to constrict.
Okay, 12 with the constrict is not successful. Wrap around, there's just no space. Smash into the cottage. Shit's flying everywhere. It's unable. It can't go anywhere. I see you trying to move it. It can't. There's nowhere for it to go.
That one's gonna sit right there. This one's gonna try to squeeze into this little corner.
Half of the floor of this cottage is snake.
I can't right now. All right, that can't do anything. That one just went with its attack with its constrict. The other one moved. We're gonna end their turns. There's nothing else they can do.
Yep.
Call it. You're top, round 6. What do you do?
Wow. I just got crawled over by a giant snake after getting hit with a lightning bolt. I'm just gonna Ray of Frost this one.
Okay.
Actually, dead. I'm gonna Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead. Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead.
Okay. I like it. I like it. Feeling it.
Get this over with.
Okay. Creature is going to fail. Let's take 7 points of necrotic damage.
Then I'm going to move up and look at Costas. Finish her off. Come on. And end turn.
Okay. Ending turn. So you throw a spell out. It kind of shakes the head, bleeding from the ears and the eyes. You then step forward, touching Casas to finish this ending turn. Yeah, you're up next.
Ow. What am I gonna do? All right. I am going to. Yeah, no, I only see that one left. It seems close to death. I don't want to waste anything. I'm gonna cure wounds myself.
Okay. Cure wounds yourself. I see. Okay. Pumping the heals. You're gonna touch your body, healing yourself with your wounds. And you're gonna get yourself a little self hug.
Something.
Yeah, a little pat on the back, 6 points of healing goes to you.
And I guess I'll move closer, but like here. And that's it.
Okay, that's it. You're gonna end your turn there. That one's gone. Casas, you're up next.
Okay, so I'm going to move here. If I were to move in front of the doorway, I would not get flanking, right? Just to clarify that.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm just going to attack from here. No great weapon messenger.
Okay.
Maybe I should have taken it though.
It's unfortunate. Should have had it. You didn't. 17 total points of damage dealt.
Then I am going to smite yet again, this time at 2nd level.
Looks towards you.
Mercy, please! Don't do it! Don't!
So it's a 2nd level smite, so I'll add another D8 to that.
Okay. So using a 2nd level smite on your first attack here, getting another D8 on top, so 15 points of radiant damage as you come through with the blade as the creature's bleeding for mercy. You slash it down into the ground.
Then I've used 15 feet with that. I'm going to check out this doorway, go 10 feet here.
Come into a bedchamber.
Nothing in here?
There's nothing in there you can see.
I would like to take 2 wild swings, one to the right and one to the left, kind of an angle, possibly.
Oh my gosh. So Kaisus walks into the bedchamber, takes the second swing. That's burnishing right into the dresser. Bam!
We don't know where the kid is
All right. Casas smashing into the dresser. Nothing's there. You're going to go ahead and end your turn.
I have a bonus action attack too, because I killed someone.
Your bonus action into the vanity.
I'm taking another wild swing.
All right. Goes, God, breaks the dresser. Goes into the vanity. The beautiful ornate mirror, by the way. Ah! Takes a weapon into it. Bam! Into the mirror. Smashing into the desk. Swing the blade around. Ah! Nothing's in front of you. Nothing's around you.
Looks like the invisible guys ain't here. Then I'm just gonna kind of. I have 5 more feet of movement, so I'm gonna kind of like move off a bit to the side to so other people can get through the doorway.
Okay.
Easily
Then you're gonna
and enter.
Okay, ending turn there. We come to Priest on the Gold Belly. Pipello. What should we ask some questions, Father? All right, Priest.
I said keep people alive.
Yeah, please keep me alive. Keep me alive. Okay. Yes, you, dear, mind, I've done this for a while. Let me see. Yes, here you go. 12 points healing. Yes, better. Better you are. Sworn. Scan around. Wasn't there? How many are there? Looks towards the bodies. Ending turn. Ragnar, you're up next.
Go into action dash around the back of the house. Since I am too fat to go inside.
Okay.
smelling. Or nope, that was my movement and action. Ending turn.
Ending turn. All right, Dirty Joe is up next.
All right. Well, I saw Costas run around the corner there, and I heard him clattering around, swinging and breaking stuff. So I'm assuming there's something important going on.
All right, I like it. I like the immersion here. That's exactly, yeah, you just wrote it.
Can't see anything there. So action dash. Run through the door. I think that's about as far as I can go. And yeah, I guess I don't see anything. So that'll be it for that.
All right, ending turn. Felix is up next.
Okay. Gonna move back out through this window.
Okay, I'm gonna move your
Can't
token
move.
here for you. You can either have left or right, your choice.
Oh, Regmore there. So I'm gonna drop concentration on Bless, and on the off chance that something is invisible in an area, I'm gonna drop a Fairy Fire. Here.
Okay, so dropping the bless, alighting with the fairy fire, you see it erupt, dazzling lights. Nothing seems to attract any source. Right.
That's it.
All right, so ending your turn here, we're now going to come to the sounds of crushing. As Felix, all of a sudden, something on the bottom end of the porch goes in to grab you. Unable to detect, 23 is going to be successful to grab and crush into you. As this happens, you feel as yourself getting to break your bones from this crush. As it comes down and reaches, you are restrained, and then you completely fall unconscious. 41 total points of damage. Massive roll. Creature is no longer invisible, and you are in a restrained condition as you fall in an unconscious state. It then begins to pull you off as it looks towards the bear and holds you inside of its arms.
We lost! Make this fucking enough!
As that happens, holding your body, facing it, pointing it towards the bear. We're now going to come to the giant constrictor snake!
How large are the windows?
Not big enough for a giant constrictor snake! Regmore, the snakes literally can't do anything. They can't go, they don't reach, they cannot get out of the cottage unless they
Oh, I
break
know.
through the cottage.
Oh, I know.
Which
They're
suck for
going
those
to,
who suck.
yeah, they're going to surround Thea and ending turns.
Ending turns.
Why are they
Othala,
surrounding?
top of round 7, you hear the sounds of crushing. You can hear the voice of it. You know that it's coming from outside on the north end of the building, trajectory to your right. So you all hear this as well, not just the phone. We're at the top of round 7.
Okay, so I'm going to jump out the window.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move your token. This window actually hasn't been broken or triggered as far as the trap is concerned, but it doesn't seem to erupt or enact when you're going on this end of the window out.
Okay. What to do here? All right. I'm gonna have Heavy fly out the window as well. Fly towards. Okay, I do this. Yeah, I can't take him out the building as well.
Yeah, I'll move. You want Heavy towards you?
Actually, out the other window.
Out the window.
And then have him land on top of Felix's head.
Okay.
And as he just lands right there, he's gonna touch him and cast Cure Wounds on him.
Okay. All right, go ahead and launch your Cure Wounds, please.
Yep. Let me just target.
All right, so as the Cure Wounds begins to erupt out, the hag sees Heavy flying in, stares and looks at it. As it's crushed, counterspell is a somatic component. In this restraint, it cannot actually counterspell. Deal 6 points in direction. Felix is still restrained, just like a baby. Squish.
Yep, and then
You see the creature open its mouth to bite Felix's head off now.
Oh my god.
What happened on the turns? We'll see.
Okay, if I use my action to have Heavy cast the spell, can he still use his action, or is that taken on both of our turns?
That's taken on both. You're using the familiar as the extension of yourself. So the familiar has to do, like, your familiar has to essentially take that with it as its actions, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. Okay. If it's cool as that, if that's that. Then Heavy's going to Heavy's going to use his flyby and try to just back up a little bit.
It uses its reaction. The Heavy's reaction was spent to assist you on the spell, so it still has an action to take.
Okay. If that's the case, then he's gonna just stay with Felix landing on his head and give him the help action.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
All right, so Felix, you were touched by Heavy upon your head, delivering a Cure Wounds. The hag could not counterspell based on the fact they have you in a complete constricting crush. They then are, upon being with the Cure Wounds, they are going to, on their turn, bite your head off. So that's pretty solid. Othalia, ending your turn.
Thanks, buddy. Oh, God.
Looks like I lagged out a little bit there. Othalia, anything else?
No, that's the end of my turn.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
actually, I would call out to everyone out here. Felix is in trouble. There you go. I'm slow.
Yeah, you're up.
Cool. I'm going through the window again.
You know, I should maybe make these windows just a tad bit bigger. All right, going through this one?
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's only, what, like 15, 20 feet of movement?
That's 20 to get to there.
Okay. Can I get right up to the hag? Because it's like jumping down, not jumping up off this porch.
You can get right up to it. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. 2 short sword attacks.
All right. Turns Felix into your direction as a human meat shield.
Brood.
1 for 2 short sorceries. Go ahead.
Target would be helpful.
Prompt you for Bardic Inspiration. Looks like it passed over. Fantastic. 23 is able to hit with the short sword. 10 points of piercing damage is dealt to the creature.
Do I get my sneak or no?
Felix is a restrained creature in the grasp of a crushing hug. I'm going to say no, unfortunately, because they're not able to assist you in getting this. So they're also using it as a shield.
Yeah, okay. Second attack.
Killing for the second. Okay. 25 is going to hit. And that deals 11 points of piercing damage on that strike. So he's slicing into the legs and the shoulders. It continues to have its mouth gaped open, waiting for the chance to bite Felix's head off.
I'm just gonna scream, help! And that's it. That's my turn.
Okay. Ending turn, we now come to Costas.
Where is my horse?
Passive.
Oh my god.
Out front somewhere.
Because I told them to stop people from escaping, so it's they're out back, right?
This creature hasn't escaped. It's forming around. Also, we should look at someone's steed, shouldn't we? We should see. Yeah. We should take a look.
Also, bear in mind, it's a horse.
No, but they can
thumbs up
understand human
blocks are
language.
rocked.
That's. I made it so.
Doesn't mean they're actually good at comprehending it.
They've intelligence of 6.
Fine steed, you summon a spirit. A loyal steed, long-lasting bond. You see.
Normal horses also understand, common.
Yeah.
Yeah, normal horses are
Giddy
also
up. Whoa.
just completely stupid.
I mean, it's 3 times as smart as a normal horse, so.
While your steed is within 1 mile of you, you can communicate with it telepathically. Your choice. Priscilla. How's Priscilla feeling now? She absolutely.
It's the situation called for it. There's a child, there's an orphan at stake here, okay?
So the creature was, first off, it was invisible upon leaving the cottage. Second off, your horse does not interpret that the fact that this creature has left 10 feet away from the porch is escaping. So your horse is like perimeterized, like riding around.
Yeah, that's what
doing
I'm
the
saying.
best
Is it nearby, or is it on the opposite side?
I'm gonna do a little roll. Why not?
Yeah, because I didn't know if it's on the front or if it's like in the back or like where is it?
It is approximately 600 feet to the west.
600 feet to the west.
Yeah, it's trying to stop people from escaping.
Okay, come here as fast as you can. Okay.
I'm coming!
Yes, and then not telepathically. Damn horse. Okay. Then I'm gonna lay on hands myself for 35.
Okay, 35. Wow. Big time. Put you back 35. Here we go. There you are.
And, come over here. Huh? Is this door locked?
It is.
It's not like somebody who could...
It's locked from your side. It's just a deadbolt.
Oh, but can I open it?
Yeah, unlock.
Okay, because it wasn't letting me open it, so I'm like, wait, just do I need to kick
Well, yeah, you have to unlock it.
Oh, okay, there we go. That was... It wasn't letting me open it.
Because I have to unlock it, Lucas. You come to the door. What is this lock? I can't right now. Oh, it's too much fun. All right, Priest Stuffing Goldbelly. Priest Stuffing Goldbelly looks outside. Oh, by Bardos 9, just runs. Coming outwards. Looks towards the creature in the crushing hug. Now we can talk about this, please. Listen to me. See the voice of reason. You'll surely die if you do anything. Come on, let's figure this out. We can try to. Let's be friends, yes. And as that's happening, they're taking their actions to persuade the creature. they are casting a sanctuary spell on this. Yes. As the creature turns, I'm gonna roll 2d20s. Natural 20 from Priest Demigoldo, and a 3 from the Hag. The Hag begins to loosen the grip downwards. But not all the way it lets you go.
What do I get? Am I going to live? Yes. Everyone, calm down now.
Alright, Regmore, pull bear.
Dropping concentration on the snakes.
Thank God. Deleting stakes
I'll-
to the board.
I will make them hug you,
Dude, not the
Joe.
snakes.
Oh, they were like living shackles.
Alright. Snakes are dispelled.
And ending turn.
Ending turn. Dirty Joe, you're up.
Is that a window that I see right in front of me to my left?
It is to your
I'm
left
gonna
and
dive.
in front of you as well. Window here and a window here.
I'm diving through it.
Diving through.
Thematically on point.
Just for a fun fact here, how many windows are actually left unbroken? It's a fun fact. There's a total of 4 windows that are currently unbroken. It's, you have
Broken
actually
more
smashed
windows.
more than 4.
And well, I can't see a damn thing.
It messes to society.
So I'm gonna light up a torch.
Okay, I'll put a torch on.
And I see that there's nobody else around. So
Voices are coming around to the east, wrapping around the building.
how far did I move? 15 feet, so I guess I'll move there 15 feet this way. Whoa. Foundry just spazzed out.
It has to do with the lighting, because you're carrying the torch and then you're coming through. You should be able to see, I believe, the cluster of everything under your
No,
side.
the whole thing just went gray. Should I just reload it?
Yeah, go ahead and reload. So you move 15 feet, you're coming underneath the tree there. You should have, based on the lighting of the map, actually... I don't think you can.
Okay,
I think the vision is just outside. Can you see what's happening there?
I can see Regmore.
Yeah, you
Sort
can't.
of in the
You're-
shadows.
Yeah, you
maybe?
cannot. You can't see there, Joe. You can't. You can see the bear. You can see what's happening, but you just can't see the target. You can still try to attack. It's up to you. It's going to be a disadvantage.
Well, no, I mean, I heard the appeal to, hey, okay, let's calm down and talk about this. And knowing that we already killed most of them and this thing is surrounded, I am not going to attack, and maybe we can negotiate for the knowledge of where the kid is and leave this one alive. So,
Okay.
yeah, in turn.
All right. We're going to end your turn. Yeah. And we're going to Felix.
What did she say? What did she last say?
What do I get in return?
I lean in closely, and whisper in her ear. You get what you deserve, bitch. And I'll cast Dissonant Whispers on her. Oh god, low damage.
Oh, 4 damage. It takes only 2 as it succeeds with a 21 on its save.
Well, suck it. I'm gonna throw a Fear of the Small into it, so yeah. Takes an extra 3, half to 1.
Okay, so it takes an extra 3 there.
We can totally still negotiate.
Okay. So it takes the effect, right? You're still in the restraints. How you little shit! Grabs up with the mouth. You in its restraints to bite your head. 27 hits.
I'm gonna chrono shift her.
Okay. Chronal shifting.
Yep.
I'm gonna roll 2d20. I'm gonna take the first one based on the roll. So you're just re-rolling. The re-roll is going to be a 17 on the die. So that's still gonna be a success. Take the first damage that I rolled. Felix, take 20 points piercing damage as it bites into your head, squeezing down with the jaws, crushing into your skull, into your mouth, stumbling. Oh my God! Yell out was screaming at the top of the lungs. You're not dead. There's not really a feature that consumes or chops off your head, but it's not looking good right now. As it's now claps a bit on your head, rips off a piece of your skin, and other things. Then it's going to continue to hold your body and look, licking the lips. I made better. You follow.
It's got a second attack, don't it?
Top around 8. Doesn't take it. Still in the mindset. You got natural 20 persuasion here. Okay. Pretty stonely. Let's go. It's also still crushing. It's also still crushing you, which technically takes up the hands.
I have one spell to help. And it's at 4th level. Okay. I'm gonna Vortex Warp Felix. And instead of him being in the hag's arms, he's gonna just come to my arms.
Okay. Felix, you're gonna. I mean, you can't really save your unconscious, but okay. All right. You're gonna just warp. Go.
I ship it.
Okay.
I think I targeted the hag by accident.
It's okay. It's fine. Just get the spell still off. Confused and bewildered as Felix appears in an unconscious body, prone right next to you, Athala. The hag points outwards.
You get nothing out of this. Where's the boy? And that's the end of the turn.
All right. I'm going to ask, who's taking combat actions against it?
Eating her.
Nobody. Oh, okay. We got red bar eating. I heard eating. Eating.
I honestly think I would, because after we were pleading with her to stop, she still attacked Felix.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think Costas is going to be more focused on healing Felix than attacking the hag at this time.
I'm gonna relay to everyone, try to restrain her and get information. Like, don't outright kill her, but, you know.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna slowly bleed out.
Yep. Sounds good. All right, Thea.
Spare the dying.
We're still in initiatives. I heard combat actions need to be taken. We're still in initiatives, Thea. Swing away. First swing coming through. 22. It's going to connect. You slice into the left leg. 11 points of piercing damage dealt.
This one I'm going to attempt to make non-lethal.
With the smite.
No, just non-lethal, but like put her down enough that.
Right.
Yeah.
Put her down.
I don't know. I'm just
non-lethal
I'm
coming through.
Okay,
13.
so it didn't even hit, so it's
Doesn't
fine.
hit. Dodges out of the way of it. You aim for the blunt end of the blade into the back of the head. Okay. Anything else on your turn?
No, I'm just gonna very coldly be staring at her. Like this was methodical to me.
Okay. Right, anything else on your turn?
That's it.
Okay. Cassus, someone who has vanquished 2 of these creatures, is now turned to peace.
Costas is gonna just go for a first level cure wounds on Felix.
Okay. You reach into the banister, touching Felix's lifeless, unconscious body.
Okay, that makes sense.
6
health.
points of healing. Back to you. Eyes open.
I am then going to move right here into position to yeah, that's basically just so I can like help anyone else, like if they like I need to or the guardian or anything.
Gotcha. Alright, Priest Dumbly Goldbelly. Oh my word. Looks in the direction of Felix. Stares, sees that you're okay. Sees the creature. Oh, runs to Felix. Oh, are you all right? Oh, jeez. Oh. Reaches out and begins to touch Kira. Heals you for 8. There you are. There you are, young lad. You'll be fine. It's turn. Come over.
Don't eat, just knock out.
Polar bears do not do non-lethal.
Oh.
I do not have my attacks on this bear.
Oh, let me see.
Go to your inventory.
Yeah, I have to go through the summons because the inventory doesn't even have it.
Inventory has bite and claw on the character sheets. Let me see if I can get the. Ah, that's strange. Okay, we might have to do the other HUD for the summonables and the wild shapes. A bit easier to do. 12, not gonna land. Taking the bite. Gonna go. Gets out of the way of it. Coming for the claw strike. 15 is not going to land. Coming across, trying to swipe, pulls himself backwards.
And ending turn.
All right, Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Well. Now, seeing that the polar bear is going for the kill, knowing that they got my back, and with my own innate prejudices, I'm going to move forward here so that I can actually see this nasty beast, and I'm just gonna kill it. Or attempt to, anyway.
Okay.
So I can find the button for that HUD again. There it is. Slayer's Prey.
$20. That is going to hit. Dealing a total of 15 points of damage. How do you want to do it?
Aiming down the sights of my bow, looking at it right in the eye. You've done my family enough harm, you ugly son of a bitch. Right into its eye.
Right into its eye, lands, creature flies backwards, falls lifeless. That is the end of combat.
Nice. Like I said, you get what you deserve, bitch.
Oh, she got what she deserved, all right, buddy. Thanks for your help back there.
Bro.
It's okay, Felix. It's okay.
Okay, we need to find this kid.
I would immediately start searching the body.
Before we search bodies and before we looking for children, we are 9:14 p.m. PST. So, want to make sure we got through the fight. I honestly thought that fight wasn't going to go nearly as long, but that thing started happening. It was so disjointed, coming in windows and other ways. People were held, lightning bolts were happening. There was so many crazy things. The whole fight was
snakes.
really insane. Absolutely insane. All right. So before we get into anything else, I'm going to go calculate experience points so we can kind of we can close out the session here. So let me get experience for you.
I'm gonna say I kind of. If the snakes could get in the hut, why can't my horse?
You wanted a horse in there too?
No.
I don't like the sound of that.
I mean, I did some research. It's only 5'7".
They didn't.
So the snakes didn't come in through the doors of the house.
I mean, I'm not that mad about it since it makes sense still. I'm just trying to imagine what they've been like with even more creatures inside of it. Just pop everywhere.
Great.
It would have been funny.
Great.
I'll give you that.
If we had even like 2 more creatures in there, I would actually screenshotted it and posted it on Reddit. Just like, yeah, this is how my
There
fight's
was
going.
so many. There was so much effects. Like my thing was lagging. Like normally I don't lag, and like it was just.
There was a
so
point where I had like
struggling.
6 different like effects on me, like 6 or
This
5
is-
or 6.
It was
different
way
effects
too
at the
much.
same time.
I don't know. It was such tight space. I couldn't see anything. Oh, it was too much. It was funny though.
Oh,
Good
man,
job,
there's-
everybody.
Yeah. Good
We
job, everyone.
successfully stumbled our way through yet again.
Yep.
All right. So 2015 experience each should put you at 42,784.
Yay, level 9.
Not
Wait,
yet.
what? Oh, damn it, you. You got my hopes up.
Come on, man, you're in high school. You should be able to do basic addition and subtraction. Aren't you in calculus by now?
Me?
Yes.
Actually, it's pre-calc, but
Next year, then.
yeah, I can do it. It's just he said level 9, and I hadn't checked how much was required for level 9, so it's like, oh, really? That's really unexpected.
I was just
If you have been watching the
Yeah.
stream all the way into the night as we went through that crazy combat, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. Group 6, everyone.
Group 6!
All right. Bye.
Failing upward.
Failing upwards. Yeah.
See you later.